Oh yes, legends. Much love to everybody. Let's analyze the situation here for the price of Bitcoin. What a massive move that we did get yesterday. Make sure to smash up the like button, and as you can see on the screen, the content is not financial advice, guys. We just give our opinion, our potential setups, our analysis. Thank you so much for joining today, and we'll be diving in right away into the price of Bitcoin with this huge pump that we got in the last 24 hours, guys. Make sure to smash up that like button on your way in, and we'll be analyzing everything with you guys today with this massive, let's go, wrong button there. Much love to everyone. Make sure to grab your cup of tea, cup of coffee, water, whatever you're drinking. This is going to be a long stream. We'll be analyzing the situation here with this huge breakout, guys. We did get a massive pump to the upside, and my only active swing long position is from the one here at $58,000. Already mentioning in the community that I'm taking most of the profits, over 50%, with this explosion. I have to say I had a short attempt in this area, which will be explained, okay? The risk management, because it's super important. We were realizing yesterday that the price is moving up with some steam, and we want to be extremely cautious with that, with the price action that we're getting at the resistance. It does look like it wants to punch to the upside, as we were getting massive open interest with the pump yesterday. Okay, just giving that information, guys. This is looking strong. Attempted a short yesterday inside of the community. We are, protecting position. This was a rejection that we did get at 65.1k. Just explaining the process. This was a plan, hitting the 0.88 sniper trade at the 0.88, protecting position, guys. If we come back up and we break, there's no interest if we start moving up with high volume and positive delta, okay? Letting the people aware that we could explode out. It could be an extended wave 5. We might break out throughout all of the levels, and that's what we did. We had incredible open interest with positive delta, and this gives you a sign that there is big whales, you would say here, right? Market makers that are wanting to push the price to the upside, as we were coming in at 65k yesterday. Shout out to Devil in the trading community, already talking about a scalp short trade here today, entering very nice indeed, protecting position. That's how we do it. We are very cautious with risk management, okay? I'll be going through the comment section. There has been a few people, of course. It's inevitable that you are going to see some people that do get hurt, people that do not have good risk management. It's something that happens, okay? These are the kind of the moves that you need to have very good risk management. Before this move even happened, I mentioned yesterday, guys, that we could get a significant breakout to the upside, okay, where your risk management is going to be tested. Here, your risk management skills are proven, okay? Always prepared for the worst outcome if we are looking for shorts, okay? Always prepared for the worst outcome, where the price could explode out, get to 67k, 68k, right? Just explode out, of course, in that massive move, getting ready, understanding the order flow, and still naturally you're going to see some people getting damaged, okay? There are some irresponsible traders out there, people that don't have stop losses, that add to positions and stuff like that, which we are heavily against to, guys, because these are the kind of movements that if you are in the wrong side of the market, they are going to hurt you big time. These movements hurt a lot of people, right? Massive liquidation. I think it was around about 1.2 or 1.1 billion in short liquidations. The same as this one right over here, right? People get hurt with these kind of movements, and that's if you're in the wrong side of the market, right? If you're in the right side of the market, then obviously it's going to be very good indeed, right? Finally, the swing long that was taken. I mean, I feel bad talking about this swing long, guys, because it's just like a really old long position. but still, it's a swing long. Just informing here the community as well that it's my only main position that I still have open and taken, most of the profits, as well as we're getting this nice leg up in the last few hours. This is my only remaining position that I still have a small portion open, just in case, we actually continue going to higher prices. So only trade that I have at the moment has been my best trade so far since July, and this is my only trade open at the moment. So I'm going to explain a little bit of what are the next trading setups that I'm looking for, and then what I am looking for the price of Bitcoin here basically being developed, right? We were in this choppy range throughout the last few months, and we had many scenarios in this zone, many scenarios. We just don't know which one exactly is going to play out. But let me get the video update from a few days ago, guys. Super important for that video update to just so you understand what was mentioned on a video update on the 18th of August, which was just 2 days ago. It was the day before claiming 67K plus. Based on the price action that we have between July and August, the price of Bitcoin has a higher probability of taking out plus 67K and beyond before getting down below $58,000. Right, you've listened to that. So now the idea is here, right? Yes, there's probabilities in taking out 58K, okay, based on the information that we had throughout July, but throughout July's pump. But with August formation, it did look very corrective, higher probability for this move to the downside since 68.8K high to be corrective. That means, yeah, we are looking to take out the high at some point, right? Be it in a couple of days or be it in a week, taking out the local lows here or not. So in this range, the probabilities played out, right? We were, getting the move up to plus 67K. Obviously, we've even hit 72K today. But that was the main general bias. First, take out the highs at 67.2K plus and beyond, right? We just don't know where the price is going to stop, when we're going to start forming ranges. We'll develop today the Elliott wave scenarios where we can see the probabilities, okay? But the probabilities were higher to get above 67K rather than coming down to 58K, right? And we can see that on the charts. We can see it, right? So highs were taken. We got a massive move. I think nobody was expecting such a severe move to the upside. Yes, taking out the highs, was higher probability, but I wasn't kind of expecting a huge push out, right? A bit of a gut feeling yesterday, reading order flow and basically understanding the power of this move to the upside that we were having yesterday. We're just understanding that this is looking strong, guys. Open interest is going through the roof here with positive delta, and then bang, just a few hours later, we absolutely rip to get continuation, right? Order flow is super important, guys, to understand when you are attempting a short, or you want to manage risk like a beast, because when you have this open interest with this rally, coming into a resistance, you understand that, holy smokes, this is big money coming in here. Big money that probably wants to push the price up. And that's the moment where, very, very much aware that this is a strong move, guys, inside of the community. Be cautious here. Your risk management is going to be tested. Always be prepared for the explosion to the upside. For the moment, big open interest, okay, powerful move at the moment. And this is when we were trading at 60, just slightly above 65K. This is looking strong, guys. We don't be on the wrong side of the market with bad risk management, okay? Obviously, always giving that guidance, giving that, okay, throughout how we are navigating the market, just to keep people protected. Inevitably, people are going to do whatever they want. We are just coaches. We just guide with the movements and try and keep people, grounded, right? Because these moves, we did get a couple of people, explaining the situation, because they're doing whatever they want, right? Everybody trades however they want, but someone got liquidated because, you know, had no stop loss yesterday. It didn't expect such a severe move, but we never trade like that, right? We never trade like that, because you can get hurt big time, right? And these are the kind of moves, the unexpected moves, that people just get, you know, just a little bunch. I'm glad it's only a small amount. I mean, our community is awesome. You know, I'm super happy for the people that, you know, saying, wow, you know, even people saying, you know what, I only lost 1% of my capital here with this rally on attempting shorts, right? Let's talk about the bad things first, because there's obviously very good things, right? You know, lots of people in the longs, you know, even Devil long from yesterday in the trading community here, which was generally a scalp trade, but turned into a swing, right? It turned into a nice trade to hold here to the upside. So we're going to break down many things. We're going to break down, you know, is this relevant? You know, something that we talked about also on the 18th, right? Getting that push up here in the next coming days. Are we going to follow? You know, look at that surprised face there. At some, but yeah, you know, is a diagonal here possible still, right? We would be on the formation of a wave 3. You know, we literally followed this line and going beyond, right? As you can see here, we actually went beyond this. So is this possible? We need to kind of yeah, fix this a little bit here, obviously, because we just shot through. This was only a projection on a possibility of forming a leading diagonal. So it's one thing that, you know, we would only consider this if you do get a correction and you get another move to the upside. Okay, that's when you know that you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll talk about this a little bit more in detail. We need to resume everything, right? The fresh analysis, and obviously talk about the possibilities here, looking at the price of Bitcoin. I think we need to do a recap on the higher time frame, right? What's going on, because we popped out from this range, all good and nice, and now with this rally we popped out. What's changed, right? Bull market, right? Or bear market low in. What's changed? I still have my opinion here that we do get below 58k, right? I'm not surprised that we did get a move above 67k. Now, this movement to the upside still does look like a 3-wave move, okay? Will we finish an impulse very strongly, correct, and move up and have a 5-wave structure? For the moment, we don't. For the moment, we don't, until we do not form, after the impulse, a correction, regardless being shallow, or, you know, a little bit longer for that diagonal, and then a move up, till we don't get a nice solid 5-wave move to the upside. I cannot speculate that, you know, this is a bullish, you know, price action. It's not a motive wave for the moment, okay? So everything on the higher time frame still, as expected, taking out this high, it's still coming down, guys. It's still coming down. Probabilities of rolling over is still high. Now, of course, can we go to higher prices? Absolutely, right? And this is what I want to break down today. We are traders. We look for opportunities, and that's what we're going to do, okay, in this live stream. We're going to do a long live stream. We're going to look at the levels, put them together, guys. So, you know, you just stay tuned, okay? Stay tuned. I only have the active trade of the swing long position, which is still active, and just that's the only trade position that I do have at the moment, the swing long from the first week of July. So yeah, what new trades can we get into a new day trade? I know Devil already attempting a short, okay, just and the reason for the short, very defensive trading Devil has inside of a trading community. We'll go through the setups now, guys, that I'm looking for today, or in the next couple of days. We'll get some levels ready and some scenarios, but the way that Devil and myself trade is with very good risk management. We try and cover fees and the stop loss, right? The main reason for this short is getting a bit of the choppiness here and having decreasing volume on the next push up that we did get early this morning. Okay, so with this rally to the upside, we have been decreasing volume. Now the question is, do we get the choppiness, right? What kind of resistance do we have above us? Is it worth getting into longs? I mean, it's obviously worth getting into longs as well. You know, day trade longs on higher lows. That's okay, but very explosive move, right? In the last 24 hours, this is really just to chillax, right? There's going to be opportunities. We'll be forming ranges. We're going to start, you know, slowing down and just look for new opportunities. And this is why you are here. Let me just go quickly through the comment section and we'll break down the higher time frame, okay? The mid time frame, 4 hour, 1 hour, right? And try and understand the scenarios and the levels, and then obviously 1 hour, 15 minute to try and, you know, come up with the ideas here of what's going on, right? With this incredible pump that we've had in the last 24 hours. Hope you're good. Hope you're safe. Hope you took advantage of the long. And if you did short, you know, I hope you had very, very good risk management, as that is the priority in trading. The priority is your risk management. That's what you can be 100% sure of, right? Never have liquidation prices where it's $4,000 or $5,000 away from price action, thinking that the price will not reach there, because it will reach at some point. We always get those surprise moves, okay? High and volume is decreasing. What levels are you looking for a short? Yeah, we'll go through that, okay? Much love to everyone. Bolakun, Diesel, how are you doing? Yo, yo, yo. Hello, Andy. Hi, everybody. Rick, thanks for joining. Rick Tai. Harmonic, how are you doing? What a day, Kincaid. Good day, legends. Kincaid, what a day, right? What a move. Happy to get some green back in my diet. Yes, absolutely. Already in. Wait, next pump. By the way, guys, you know, Devil already mentioning a short today. Devil's been busy with the community, okay, getting a good entry at the highs, understanding the wick, understanding the rejection, protecting position, taking some profits to obviously cover that potential bigger move down that we could get as a correction. If you are interested to know the guidance, get people not only to look, you know, that sharing the setups that we do, but if we are having information on the chart, such as yesterday, be careful, guys. This could be an explosive move. We got open interest increasing massively. Stay cautious. You hear your risk management skills are going to be proven. Always trade with very, very good risk management, guys. And, you know, it's inevitable that you're going to get some people that do get, you know, they do get hurt with these moves if they're in the wrong side of the market. You're always going to get a huge move at some point in Bitcoin, right? Especially when you've been ranging for such a long time here, several weeks in this range. You know, this is ready to get a move up, right? As explained as well on the video update that I did a couple of days ago, right? The probabilities of moving up beyond 67k is just on the chart based on this rangy correction, right? I have to say, I have to be clear here. I wasn't expecting such a severe move so quick. But that doesn't matter, right? If the buyers based on this price action is taking out the highs, we want to be cautious with the shorts, very, very cautious. So anyway, let's quickly go through the comment section. Happy to get some green back in my diet. Absolutely awesome. Love from India. Nitin, how are you doing? Christian, great to see you guys. Remember, if you're not in the trading community where we give that guidance, guys, it's not all just winning trades. These are the moments that we try and protect our community, okay? We try and protect our community very, very, very much. And the community was very much aware that the price could break out and go to higher prices, as one of my latest posts as we were coming into some resistance levels, okay? Be aware we could smash out expanding fifth wave and just go through all of the levels and just be very, very cautious, okay? We are not only to look for setups, we are here to guide in risk management, okay? Which is super, super important. One of the most important things, naturally, right? Because one bad trade, you can lose your entire account that you've built up in a few months. And you know, that's something that is not talked about too much, and I consistently talk about it. Okay, much love. You know where to find us, guys. Send me the word access to the Telegram. Okay, that's where there is activity, there is guidance. If we're not on YouTube, of course, based on the setups that we are looking at, levels and trading scenarios. Okay, send me the word access and I'll share the information for you to join in. Okay, you literally sign up to one of the affiliate links down below: Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, you got Kraken. And yeah, basically you trade as you do on those exchanges, and you get access to the trading community and all of the wonderful tools on MindPillar just by, you know, signing up and depositing a minimum amount on one of these exchanges, trading as you do. You get order flow, CVD diversions, you get access to the trading community, education, analysis, setups that we're looking for, and it's just a trading paradise, I would say, right? I wish I would have a community as so when I started my trading journey. So yeah, continuing here with the comment section, and I'll dive in right away. And the scalp long with Devil the other day during the live stream turned into a swing. Runners are amazing, absolutely. Runners are definitely amazing. And my main runner is the swing long still that I have. Okay, and this is the one that's giving me the most profit when I take a look at the journal, right? I haven't been trading that much. I've taken some time off throughout the summer as well. 1 week yes, 1 week no, throughout July and August. First week I was off in August as well. And you know, the main big trade has been the one from the 29th of June, right, coming into July, which is profits, more profits I've been taking, and still leaving a runner, of course, right? Little few up, you know, I did get into a Devil's long yesterday. However, I took all of the profits by accident. Okay, luckily it's an accident by taking more profits is okay. An accident with having a stop loss further away is that's not good. Okay, but overall, also the short from yesterday taken here inside of the community. Very, very defensive. Okay, obviously in the journal right now as well, right, which was this one right over here, just explaining the entry, stop loss, covering here, taking some profits to cover, you know, basically the stop loss, and this, you know, basically jumped back up, and obviously after covering the fees and everything, it turned out into a very, very small profit, of course. So yeah, the only trade that I have is the one that's running from the swing long of July. So yeah, it's, you know, time to look for some new opportunities, right? Very, very chilled, waiting patiently for a nice setup, right? A nice setup. So let's go right away through. I mean, I didn't finish with the comment section, and I just, out of respect, just say hello to everybody. And Andy, all-time high on the way, bottom is in. Momo, yeah, I mean, well, I mean, taking out 67k plus was high probability before taking out the low. So, you know, we are pushing up here. I still believe that the bottom is not in for Bitcoin. Okay, and it all has to do with the rally. I'll explain it in today's stream, so bear with me here. There is always a good explanation, right? But you cannot deny that throughout the last 1 to 2 weeks, expecting a move up above 67k plus was, you know, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised of the power of the move. Yeah, you know, it was a pretty powerful move, very fast, very ferocious, a lot of volume. But I'm not surprised based on that we did take out price action, right? That we have between July and August. The price of Bitcoin has a higher probability of taking out plus 67k and beyond. Right, so not surprised of this move. Is it the time to get extremely FOMO and having extreme FOMO and believing that the low is in? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. At least for me anyway, guys. But things can change, right? And I want to explain where I would be confident that this is a bullish move. However, I want to explain the trap situation as well, because it's not only getting a 5-wave move to the upside that is going to give us like the confirmation. Getting an impulsive move to the upside in a 5-wave structure is not a confirmation that the low is in, because naturally you have the flat potential. which I am not a fan of. I'm not a fan of forming a flat here. Okay, this would be this scenario right there. I'm not a fan of forming a flat, but this would still be bearish naturally, right? Impulsive move from all-time high and an ABC flat. The main reason why is this B wave does look more as an impulse. It does fit better as an impulsive move down. Okay, so I am leaning more on the idea that, you know, we're looking for this kind of price action, right? Form a lower high. Your invalidation would be the highs here at 82k, 82.7k. That is the invalidation. And this, for the moment, we still got a long way to get to 82.7. And you know, this for the moment is kind of my favorite scenario, because the main reason why is that the move down does fit better as an impulse. And, you know, obviously in a downtrending market, if you have another impulse down, there's no way for me to find out here that we would have, you know, the only one for the bear market lows would be that WXY as explained. Yeah, there is a chance of the lows being in. However, it's this move up that is disturbing. As explained on a video a couple of days ago, yes, I am expecting the price to take out 67.2k and beyond, right? We're just exploding pretty aggressively here. But I'm still expecting the lows to be claimed, and that will be explained with this price action. What do we have here and what can we form? So yeah, bear with me here, guys. It's going to be an exciting one. We need to do the higher time frame analysis because we've popped out from the range. Obviously it doesn't make sense to zoom out on the daily and obviously you know, look at what conclusion do we have for a possibility of the bear market low when we're in a range. It doesn't make sense, right? We focus in the range, we look for intraday setups, but now that we've broken out, what has changed, right? What has changed now? What are the possibilities for the bullish and bearish case? We'll go through that very, very easily to understand, hopefully, if I can. Okay. Much love, Devils. Was just talking about you. We got Devil here on the stream. Much love to you, my man. Smash up the like button, guys. We got Devil in the house. The absolute master. 75 and go to 57k. We have here Nizad. Something sweep the highs and then dump. What highs? These highs right over here, man. We have a very, very long way. And what is interesting is that we are exhausting this powerful move already here. Okay, you know what would have been interesting to get to this high is multiple 1-2s, right? Multiple 1-2s could have been incredibly interesting here throughout July and August to say, holy smokes, you know, if this is multiple 1-2s, the breakout here into the highs could have been insane, right? But we are exhausting all of the power already from this correction. Okay, we are forming all of the power from down here, which inevitably is, you know, either going to be a wave 3 getting developed here, either going to be a wave C, or either going to be a wave Y. You know, if you talk about what are the probabilities of continuing this rally to get up to plus 82, I would naturally say that the probabilities are low, right? A few days ago, taking out the highs was high probability. We don't know how it's going to break out here, but moving up from here in the next couple of days to plus 82k, right? I know these pumps create excitement and bear market lowers in and the rest of it, guys, but let's be grounded here. I will analyze carefully this move to the upside and explain how volume is decreasing, you know, what's happening on the order flow. You know, order flow is flattening out. You know, we are not getting that insane rally, okay, that we got yesterday on the open interest. These are whales. These are whales that are going to push the price. as explained yesterday when we were trading at 65k, guys. You know, it's a long time since I haven't seen open interest have this scale in a short amount of price action. And this was explained yesterday in the community, guys. This is a powerful move getting developed here that obviously could explode out. When you have open interest, okay, moving up with positive delta, right, positive longs, this is like gonna have a big breakout potentially, right? So now on order flow, what do we get? You know, the rallies, decreasing volume, open interest, getting flat. It is going slightly to the upside, but it's not as powerful, of course, right? So that means one thing, you know, the movement is slowing down, right? The power is slowing down. So now we need to understand is how do we detect the levels and resistance to get into that short, and will the movement down that we do get be more corrective, or you know, maybe impulsive, right? Do we get an impulsive move here when this rally is finished, to then get that bounce right in the coming days that looks corrective, and we just start again the movement down? That's what we need to see. But naturally, this movement to the upside is getting exhausted, right? When you have such a severe pump, first of all, guys, just understanding volume and price action. Huge move up, yes. Higher highs with lower highs, decreasing volume as we create these higher highs. You know, the momentum is slowing down, and that is always, you know, and this is why it's important. I was very vocal yesterday saying, guys, I am not interested in doing absolutely anything with this pump for a local trading setup, because the price will show us what is likely going to be next. Are we slowing down? Are we forming a corrective range? And that's why I'm here, right? We're going to build up the scenarios on this movement and just share what is highly likely. And of course, I do think that we are getting, you know, that slowdown, right? The momentum to the upside is slowing down, which obviously opens the door for a pullback to happen very soon at this point, right? And that's what we're going to explain on the stream. Okay, much love, guys. Thank you for joining. I will I need to okay, yeah, I will. This is gonna be a long stream, guys, but I want to go through comment section, but I just got a lot of information. You know, sometimes when I jump on the chart, I forget about the comment section for an hour, right? And I will get to that, but I feel bad having some questions here. I want to do a bit of both. But Andy, take a fixed volume profile from the whole bottom price, and you will see that we just touched the value area high. I think this is a trap, and that we topped out here from the bottom. I'm not sure where you are looking at here, a volume profile from the bottom, but I'm not sure from where to where, right? When we take a fixed volume profile, this range right over here, well, I mean, we can add this as a range, all of this from this high of the range to these lows of the range. Yes, this could be a very, very wide range. I'm not sure if you are actually talking about this fixed volume profile, but yeah, we are coming to a zone without a doubt where it's value area high, literally, right? You can see how volume disappears right there, and this is naturally going to be resistance, right? Forget about the value area high, because this is a volume profile taken here, right? This is where the volume disappears. So where we at the top of the mountain of the volume profile right there, which is, yeah, this without a doubt is going to become a resistance area. We do have that order block as well, which is a 2-day order block. A little bit of an order block right there, as you can see on the 2-day chart. It was where the price got a stop. So yeah, we just hit the bottom of those wicks that we did have here back in 27th, 29th of May. And this right over here is a 2-day order block, which of course, is going to be some kind of resistance. Now, we're going to build up everything here, guys, with the levels and the scenarios and the waves to understand where the price could get rejected, okay? And we're going to do it from scratch, right? We've got a new move. I've got no levels up here. So we're going to build up those levels slowly so you can actually see how, for example, I would wake up and get a fresh start analyzing the chart, putting everything together, and then come to the conclusion of where the best setups are there for me. Okay, so it's going to be building up very slow and, but entertaining, just so you can see how we build up the order blocks, build up the daily levels, the weekly levels, the naked point of controls, and then come up to the conclusion to see where's the best support zone and where's the best resistance, right? There's always a trade around the corner. There's no rush. Yeah, basically no FOMO, no rush to get into a quick little scalp for a little move, right? There's no rush, guys. That's I passed that trading journey of looking for scalps, right, in my first few years of my trading career. Once you get good at it, you start building capital. It's like, yeah, I'll take a trade tomorrow, or today if I find one. But if I don't, it might be tomorrow or Friday or Monday, right? It's just there's really no rush, and we want good high probability setups. So we've got a 2-hour order block right there, which is in this zone between 72.2 and 74.2 as well, right? So yeah, there's bit of resistance right there at the moment. Let's take a look at Fibonacci, then we'll go through the waves, right? Not a zone that I would, I already got some Bitcoin, okay? Obviously, we talked about DCAing for the last few months, okay? I already started DCAing since we broke below 80K throughout, February, March, April, and, a bit of DCA here as well. It's nice to buy some Bitcoin because we just don't know where the bottom is going to be, right? It's happy to buy here, right? Because when the bull run starts, then you are positioned already in a spot perspective. So I like Bitcoin as a long-term investment, and as the price goes down, it's nice to DCA. DCA is the best, investment strategy that you can have over the long term. And when we talk about long term, we talk about 3, 4, maybe 5 years. We don't talk about 20 years. This is Bitcoin, right? It moves in cycles. For the moment, in 4-year cycles, will that change? And we enter a multi-year bear market? Well, nobody knows. But overall, it's nice to DCA on the way down, right? If we do get 50K, cool. If we get 40K, great. I don't live off my stock investments or Bitcoin investments, right? That is an investment for the long term, right? So anyway, we are traders. We look to scratch some dollars off the market, and yeah, that's what we try and do our best, right? With very good risk management, of course. 2-hour order block, that's where we are coming into. We're hitting the low of the wick of the order block, which has got a slight little reaction. It's just a tap and a little pullback of a few $100s, right? Nothing too major. But what do we have here? Based on Elliott wave theory, we'll dive into Elliott wave theory with this move to try and build up what do we have here? What extension are we hitting? What Fibonacci retracement do we have? And what kind of waves do we have basically from the low? Possible, right? To try and come to the conclusion what can be next, right? Sometimes, when we get these moves, it's natural to be lost. And because of my knowledge, I get my cup of coffee, we do the live stream. I'm thinking I'm doing my, routine in the morning, just like sitting here and chilling, and why not do it live with you guys, where we just put all the levels together, we analyze the conclusion of the waves here, and then you can see how a preparation is done, right? Which I think it's cool for a live stream to do the preparation from scratch, and just instead of sharing everything ready. And this is going to be a long stream, so that it's a learning process that would be a quite good for the people that don't have too much experience on how, myself, I get ready to look for what's highly likely and what setups I would be looking for next. Enough talk. Let's do the walk now, right? Let's go through the analysis process here. 2-day order block at this moment. Do we have some interesting Fibonacci's from the high to the low here? We do have the golden pocket, which is coming into the middle of the order block, right? So yeah, what do we have with the fixed volume profile, right? From this, we need to add this range right now, because obviously it's no longer this range. This range has popped out from the value area high, and look how the pop out happened yesterday, right? From the value area high. This is why value area high, when you break it, unless you reject on a lower high that we have from 66.8k, we could blast off. Right? Value area high is important of a major range. And look, you break value area high and we just got that explosion. I'm very, very skeptical on any shorts as we got this movement up, guys. It's like, let the price do what it needs to do. It's going to slow down. It's going to form a range. We're going to get higher resistance. We're going to have some extensions. Everything will fall into place once the price cools down a little bit and starts forming higher highs with decreasing volume. That's the moment that you're going to like, okay, now maybe we can reverse. What levels do we have? Now we can get into a setup with good risk. When there's volatility, let it go. Let it do what it needs to do, right? Don't FOMO short or FOMO long or any of that, okay? Because it's just not ideal. The ranges and the slowdowns is where we can find the opportunities. Because I don't know where to find an opportunity when it's doing this. I don't know when it's doing this. I need to build up Elliott wave scenarios, the levels, look for the slowdown, and then get ready, of course, for the setups that I'm looking for, right? Okay. We broke out from value area high of this range. What about this entire range that we have here? You could arguably discuss that we're already at the value area high from this zone, right? Because this is a bit of noise, a bit too much volatility, right? When you get the fixed volume profile from this range, which is more accurate, that's where it gives you the top of the mountain. Top of the mountain, that's where the price is going to struggle, okay? But if you get the fixed volume profile from here, you're like, oh, value area high is actually here. It's a bit of a zone of resistance. It's an area of resistance, right? You might think, well, why isn't this the value area high? Well, you got a big gap, as you can see. There's a big gap of no volume, and the highest point of volume on the volume profile is where you have the resistance and support. So naturally, where we are at the moment, if I do get a box from the top of this mountain, right? Because you got a mountain here, right? You got a mountain here. The top and low of a mountain on the volume profile is basically the value area high, right? That's a value area high range. If you break that, you can get another spike up to the next high volume spike, which would be around about 73.8k, right? So that would be a relevant spike here, range point of control. And now we're hitting the value area high, you would say, because the value area high, it's from this range, basically, right? This range over here. So yeah, we are hitting that resistance. It's a value area high. We're getting the reaction coming into that 2-hour order block. So yeah, that's where we have the highest amount of volume on this mountain, basically. So that's resistance. Let's take a look at Fibonacci. Then we'll take a look at the Fibonacci extension. Where are we at? First of all, Fibonacci retracement, where we do have the golden pocket slightly higher. But because this has been such a severe move of over 20%, 29% of a movement down that we did get throughout May and part of June, it makes sense to go to the logarithmic chart. Every time that Bitcoin does get a 20% plus move, then yeah, that's where you want to switch to logarithmic. It does make sense to switch to logarithmic when you have a 20% move. And let's put Fibonacci retracement on logarithmic as well, most importantly. And we have already been hitting the golden pocket in the last couple of hours. Okay, remember, it is important to switch to logarithmic chart when you have such a severe move from a peak high to a peak low, which is over 20%, 30%. Fibonacci on the 1 hour, 15 minute on the regular chart, basically, because it's little movements of 2, 3, maybe 5%, right? But when you're having big moves, you want to switch to logarithmic. It is important. Right now, so we are hitting a crucial resistance area, right? We're just trying to build up those levels here. Let's go through the 4-hour time frame and see this range of the 2-hour order block, basically. And then we'll go through the Elliott wave scenarios. Okay, so we've got a bit of a range point of control here, which is slightly higher. Right. Let's go right away through the yeah. Now we'll go through Elliott wave right away. Daily level, weekly level. No daily level here. It's tapped. Do we have a weekly level? No weekly level. Do we have a monthly? Obviously not. If we don't have a weekly, we won't have a monthly. So yeah, going through all of that process right now. So we are hitting golden pocket. We are hitting the 2-day order block. We are hitting the value area high zone, basically, right? Where we are decreasing in volume right there. Even if you get the entire fixed range. So this is a resistance area at this 72k range, okay? And getting a pullback from here, understanding Elliott wave theory as well on the lower time frames, is a rejection point. Now, golden pocket is there, right? We don't need this right now. We know that we are hitting the golden pocket. Let's go slightly to the lower time frame here and take a look at Fibonacci extension from the low to the high to the low. We are hitting the 1-to-1 extension here. That means these are awesome levels, okay, for a rejection, for the price to top out. 1-to-1, 1, 2, 3, 6 to 1, and we just basically hit the 1-to-1. Shout out to Devil, because he's already talking about the short entry today inside of the trading community. Devil is doing the community today. I did community yesterday, and he's already talking about the short entry in this area inside of the community. Sometimes we switch. Devil one day, myself one day. Devil already with the execution, the good risk management, okay? And obviously you can see here how he entered a short, right? Regardless if you want to follow, he's giving the explanations, the updates. Guys, if you are interested in the trading community, that's where we are prepared to look every day for the setups, guys. Okay, you have the first link down below. Send me the word access to the Telegram so you can get that information to join. And you can join just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links. Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, you got Kraken as well as an option. Signing up, you do a minimum deposit for your own trading, and you get access to the trading community where we are looking for setups, we are educating, we are doing the analysis. You have access to order flow, super important tool. We have access to CVD divergence, right, and all these different ones. We are implementing very soon, guys. I had a meeting today, and this is for your interest, because I do know that a lot of you are in the community already. But wow, we are I had a meeting with part of the team today. This is why I'm not doing community, right? We are switching. We are very, very busy as well, guys. And what we're going to implement here next, guys, is going to blow your mind. It will blow your mind. It's literally what we are doing on the stream now. Daily level order blocks, fair value gaps, naked point of controls, ranges point of controls, to get on a click of a button, guys, where you will have a drop down, okay, where you can actually just choose to have the daily levels, the point of controls on the chart, on the 4-hour time frame, 1-hour time frame, order blocks, fair value gaps, naked point of controls, range point of controls, single prints, all sorts. I'm on a click of a button here. I've spoken to the developers and they said it's doable to do, and we don't know exactly when it's going to be launched. Will it be a few weeks or will it be a couple of months? But man, if we can get that, it's going to save a lot of time for our morning analysis, where you can just click a button, right, and you get all of the levels on the chart, which is like all the important levels that we want, right? And then we can be busy with Elliott Wave scenarios, because the levels are going to be put on with a click of a button here at mindpillar.com, which is going to be it's going to be next level thing, right? So yeah, if you are interested to see that in the next coming weeks, then yeah, make sure to send me the word access down below in the first comment, guys, because it really is going to help with time and basically for the traders, right, to have that facility, right, of having all of the levels on the chart. Anyway, something exciting that I wanted to talk about on the stream today, because this was nothing a few months ago, right? We started off with CBD, and obviously then we implemented, liquidity heat map, all-time high drawdown, right, where you can see the previous cycles and where we are at the moment, to see if it is, just integrating a few things here at mindpillar.com. Obviously the latest one being order flow, and today I had the meeting with the developers saying, can we implement this? And they said yes, it's doable. So yeah, it's probably going to take a few weeks, of course. But yeah, excited because we're making a powerhouse here at mindpillar.com. If you want to go and check it out, you got the direct link down below, okay? Valuable trading tools, mindpillar.com. But you do get access to this when you do sign up, guys, throughout one of the affiliate links, and you trade as you do, but using one of the affiliates. We got several exchanges here, and you get access to the community, the trading community. You get where we have the daily updates. We get people ready, good risk management, good education, and you do also get all these tools, guys, which I can tell you already, there's many software platforms that do charge significant for this, and especially with what we're developing now for the next coming weeks, it's just going to be one of the best trading tools that we can use for trading. Anyway, not enough bragging about the mindpillar.com, but it's just super. I'm excited, guys. It's just really good. So yeah, we're hitting the 1-to-1. We're hitting the two-day order block. What Elliott Wave scenarios do we have here? We're hitting the golden pocket from the high to the low. We are coming into an interesting area of resistance, which is obviously not bad to consider a short trade, but if you know how to execute, of course, right? We got that wick here. We are slowing down with choppiness on the 15-minute, of course, inside of the trading community. We're getting that slowdown and devil with that beautiful entry, of course, in this area for that short position. Would I consider a double top, right? If I'm not short already, I don't like shorting, when we move down, of course. For longs, it would have been nice to come down here. I mean, I'm not particularly interested in any scalps or any intradays. I'm interested in the bigger moves, but we got that fair value gap here, which wasn't quite reached. So, if I would have considered a day trade long for the stream, it would have been getting beneath this wick, which we haven't. So I wouldn't have longed this anyway, regardless. This would have been the long setup. So which is claiming that fair value gap, that higher low that we do have here. That would have been the long setup, at least for me, which was not reached, so I wouldn't have longed this pump anyway. So yeah, it would have been nice to actually get to that pivot fair value gap, because they do usually provide that reaction bounce. So it would have been a difficult long for me here anyway. You got those higher lows, a bit of an order block on the 10-minute. Yeah, not very, very snipey long, very, very snipey long. I would have preferred the low of the level. We'll dive in through the 5-minute, guys, because I'm going to be here several hours, so we'll talk about the local setups that I would be interested in, and I'm particularly not interested in little movements. I want to get into a move of at least over $1,000, you know, to $2,000, and maybe more, of course. You know, the little scalps I'm not particularly interested at this point. So yeah, let's go through the Elliott wave scenarios on this rally and try and come to the conclusion of what do we have with this push to the upside, right? Is this a wave 3? Is it a wave C, or is it a wave W, right? And this is a 3-wave corrective structure that is coming into massive resistance, and this is ready to roll over. Let's talk about the bullish case, and then we'll go through the bearish case. Okay, let's follow up with the bullish case scenario for the next coming days, and then we'll talk about the bearish option, of course. This rally is very, very fresh. Okay, it is very, very fresh. It is true that the higher highs are slowing down with the decreasing volume, so starting to look for a pullback does make sense at this point after getting the decreasing volume into resistance. Okay, starting to think about a pullback at specific levels of resistance does make sense here. So yeah, let's 4-hour time frame. This scenario, the diagonal, which needs to be a little bit changed. Funny that we did mention this the day before we got the pump, right, as a possibility, right, to really basically get this insane rally to form a 3-wave structure. Let's talk about this, because this is starting to look a little bit interesting. Wave 4 could be interesting. Okay, wave 4 could be interesting to long in this case, but looking for the rejection as well, right? If we can detect that short, is going to be looking interesting. This did shoot up a couple of $1,000 here, more. I mean, this was only a projection possibility, and yeah, when we do take a look at the chart here, we went even beyond. I mean, this was a very, very aggressive projection as a possibility, right, following the timing and basically the lines, and it even went beyond this, right? So if you would have looked at this 2 days ago, you would have thought this guy's out of whack, right? This guy's absolutely mad if he thinks that in a bear market we're going to get this rally to 70k. Fast forward 2 days, we are up here now. So what do we have here? What do we understand based on this diagonal, which it was a bit of speculation a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I was talking about this a few weeks ago already. What can we come to the conclusion here with this? So let's just reorganize this a little bit, because we obviously overshoot it here, and let's talk about the invalidations. We are at resistance at the moment, right? Let's talk about the invalidations. Let's just clean up the chart here with the levels and talk about this pattern, which we have to put the highs right there as your wave 3. Right, let's get this off the chart. We don't need that no longer. Obviously, we would have to see a corrective move. I mean, we don't need this anymore. Your wave 2 here, because you formed a higher low, it is fine that your B wave, let's say, or your X wave, it doesn't matter, but from your 3-wave move, you do not get the diagonal from this pivot. If it would have been a lower low, yes. It doesn't matter that price action crosses here, this price action, okay? It would still have that diagonal potential. We don't have much room here. We don't have much room for the invalidation of this diagonal. You know, you cannot hit the lower part of the channel for the diagonal. It would be an invalidation naturally. So you get your wave 2, your wave 3, and your wave 2. I need to just have a confirmation here from that. Did we form a lower low right there, or was it a higher low? Okay, yeah, it's taken to that pivot then. This was a lower low. Right, okay, sorted. Let's go back down to this. And let's zoom in and create this channel once again. Okay. The lower part of this is going to be your invalidation. You do not want to hit the base of the channel for a contracting diagonal to be on the formation. So that's invalidation. Right over there. And obviously we're going to put that in the folder of the diagonal. So yeah, I mean, it would still be a significant pullback of several $1,000s. It kind of doesn't, it looks a bit messy because of this price action, but it's fine, you know, because you did form a higher low right there. But it looks a bit odd. You might think the diagonal was taken from here, but it's not, because it formed a higher low. That was your low. But it just looks weird taking the diagonal from that wave 2 here. I mean, because that was a higher low, which is fine. It doesn't matter. So yeah, very, very valid scenario, and a corrective move for that diagonal. I mean, diagonals are going to be looking interesting. This does look interesting if we do move down in the next coming days, because we are trying to detect the 3-wave move. Okay, we're trying to detect the corrective move, which is naturally you're looking for a 3-waver. Do we form a 3-wave down here in the next few days, give or take 1 week or so, where it could be looking extremely interesting to look at support levels, based on the pump that we've had right throughout the last 24 hours. Yeah, something that we could look for as a long trade, but this is going to take some time. Now we're obviously coming into resistance. You know, it does make sense to look for a pullback, but I'm talking about the longs, for another projected move here to the upside, which would be detecting that wave 4, detecting the 3-wave correction into support in the next coming days, right? So it is going to take a bit of time, of course. Range, major range point of control. Right over here. And let's just quickly zoom out. I mean, it could be interesting. It would make sense for this to at least take a week or so to develop at a bare minimum, right, to get to that point of control of this mini range that we formed between yesterday and today before we got the move up. So this could take a bit of time. It could slow down. right? Creating another high or not, right? This is the moment where we look for the choppiness and the reversal. But what I'm interested here is to detect that 3-wave move, right? Which is naturally going to take a little bit of time. We'll talk about the new shorts, okay? Because it is quite interesting to look for shorts at the moment, because we got the bearish case, which is this being an ABC or a WXY, kind of fits better here. Which obviously, you know, we are hitting the 1-to-1 extension, right? This is the moment where you're looking for the price to very possibly peak out. 1-to-1, 1236 is the common target area for a wave C or a wave Y in a double zigzag. So in between 74.7 and 72.2 is where we, you know, a wave C or a wave Y, okay, in a double zigzag, right, does peak out. It's the common area. So yeah, we and for the moment, from the lows, we have a 3-wave move up. Now the question is, right, do we roll down in the next few days and next couple of weeks, like very impulsively? We give back the entire rally of this week, or do we correct to the downside, right? Do we form a choppy range where we can identify that the probabilities of taking out the highs is going to be higher? And that's where we literally have our opportunities, when we have the ranges, right? As explained on the video on the 18th, the probabilities of taking out 67.2k high and beyond, we don't know how explosive it's going to be, is high probability. And the reason why is because of the corrective looking price action. When we, you know, get all of the Elliott wave scenarios throughout the price action between late July and August, basically the last few weeks, everything points out that we are going to take out 67.2. So it's not a surprise, because I was expecting to take out this high. So what is crucial now for the next setups, as a swing, I'm particularly more interested in a swing, is after this punchy move, it's very fresh. Yes, we are hitting some resistance. We're hitting the 1-to-1 extension. We're hitting the golden pocket from the high to the low. So it's without a doubt a rejection point when we consider all of the levels and confluence, right? We're hitting the valley area high of this entire zone right there, right? That the top of the mountain is being hit of this entire range, right? That we had between February and April. You know, we are coming into some resistance areas where the price is going to struggle. We've filled this entire move down, literally, right? And that's what happens a lot as well. Fill the massive move. And this is why these gaps, right? How many times we go on the channel explaining the gaps, guys. If you break out from the fair value gap, give or take the lower highs that you have here, with such a massive move, I think this would be better to go to the higher time frame, daily level, right? A daily, you know, you got on the daily time frame, you got that lower high, you got this, and you got the big gap. How many times we talk about on the channel, right? If you break the highs of the range, if you break the highs of the range of the fair value gap, this is the price can shoot up, because the problem is when you have a fast move down, right? As so here that happened in June, then the range highs become a rejection point. But when the range highs are broken, you are probably going to pop out and fill most of the gap. It's just what the market do. So we can find them everywhere, right? It just happens. I mean, even though if they're small, right? I mean, for example, we got this gap right there. As soon as you broke that high, then boom, you fill the gap. These are small ones, but you can see them on and on consistently. Bit of a gap right there. So you got that move down, lower high. As soon as you break that, you got a quick reaction, but when you break it, you fill it. You fill the entire move down. Same as here, right? If you have an order block, which this could be very, very similar as what we've seen right now. Move down, little order block, and a huge aggressive move down here, right? Once you broke that high, for example, you filled this gap right over here all the way up to the order block. That daily order block is what stopped the price action here to then reverse. So obviously with this information, right, we learn based on what the chart gives us, right? We learn based on history. We don't learn based on the future because nobody knows what's going to happen, but we learn based on what's happened before. So with that gap being basically filled and coming into the first major resistance levels after the gap, it is that 2-day order block. Will this be the order block that does stop the price of Bitcoin for the reversal? And I would say it's very likely, yes. This is the zone where the price is likely going to reject because the gap has been filled and we're coming into the first major little consolidation where we have a 2-hour order block. We have the value, we have the volume disappearing basically. It's the valley area high, right, from that mountain. At maybe maximum, you do get another push of $1,000 to get to the next spike, which would be the valley area high of this entire range since February. But this is without a doubt the zone where you would be looking for that price to struggle, right? This is us. We've had all of the power. We've had the massive liquidation. And now it's the moment to get people a bit bullish. Bear market low, right? It's the perfect recipe, right, to get a pullback. You know what I would love is for the price to return this entire move to the downside, and this is the same thing for this. This is also creating a gap right now. Big gap down, explosion. You are creating a gap right now here also to the downside. Not as powerful, but from this pivot on the 4-hour time frame, you have a major gap because yesterday's price action, looking at the 4-hour candlestick here, daily, this is literally daily gap, 4-hour gap. This is it's a bit of an order block if you wish, maybe on the 12-hour. Maybe the 6-hour. No, we don't have an order block there. No, but anyway, this is a major gap. You don't want the price really to lose this area to get another high, because if you lose that pivot here, price could drop easily, $4,000. It's a zone where the price can move fast to the downside and just give up all of the rally. Which has basically happened here, right? We gave back all of the dump that happened in June, literally, from this massive move, because you broke above the high. We broke above the valley area high. You broke above the highs, and naturally you're going to fill most of that gap. So we got some serious gap here, which is going to be interesting in the coming days to analyze how we correct, how we come down. There's going to be great opportunities. But the thing is, as traders, we need to slow down. We need to start forming a range, which we are going to do so in the coming days. Trust me, the ranges will come back, right? We're not going to shoot to all-time high in the coming days. That is a very unlikely scenario. So where we find the opportunities very, very well is in the ranges. In the ranges, we are very, very good to detect the local opportunities. So this big move to the upside is okay. We know we're coming into resistance. We know the bearish case, ABC or WXY. For the moment, we have a 3-wave move to the upside, when we consider Elliott wave theory and volume, it does make sense to either believe, right, I'm going to go through two scenarios here. The two main scenarios of this push to the upside. We can do it on the 2 hour or the 4 hour. And remember, Devil already looking for that short, already entering the short, explaining inside of the trading community the reasons of the short, right? And if you want that extra, analysis, the setups that Devil or myself are looking for, the trading community is there for you guys, because that's where we really go in deep on the lower time frames to try and understand where the best setups are lying. Okay, so Devil already executing that short today because he's in the community and he's doing lower time frame. If you are interested in that and getting access to order flow, CVD divergence, all of this comes included only by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, doing a minimum deposit for your own trading, okay, and you start getting access to mindpillar.com with all of the different tools that we have here and more getting developed, of course, and access to the trading community for that daily guidance. It is an open community. You can tag us, right? We can have a conversation. You can say you like this or you don't like that, right? It's open. You can tag everybody. It's not a community where you just see what I post or what Devil posts. It's open. We have nothing to hide. Okay, we can have a conversation if you wish. So yeah, and ask questions, right? That's what you want, somebody to help you and to guide you, basically, and explain the risk management, of course. Very important. If you are interested in that, guys, to take your trading to the next level, you know where to find us. Okay, send me the word access to the Telegram and I will send the information. We are here to help, as always. Okay, so right, this Elliott wave move, right? I am interested in. I know this move right there is a wave, and I know this one is a wave as well. Now all of this is a wave now. Holy smokes, right? What the heck is this? Is it a wave 3? How many waves do we have in here? What the heck is going on? So let's try and build that up, because still one of the scenarios that was explained in the video update, we had a few here. We did have a few scenarios that I want to go through here on this chart. Just because this is where I have them saved up. Right, on the video update, we talked about this potential, the triangle that never came to fruition. Okay, this was an idea that we had. It's still bullish. So many scenarios were pointing out that we do take out the highs and come into 70k region. We just didn't know which one it's going to be, right? Based on the information, we can map a few scenarios, but this is why the bias is to take out the highs. Do we take out these lows first, right? We understood that this would be an awesome long position, right? At 61k, there's such a great support. If we were to come down there, I'm interested. We would have this Elliott wave scenario, and we would look for the push up here, regardless, depending on how we react here, of course. But this did not happen, right? It's we try and map the situation for the opportunities. So this didn't happen. The triangle didn't happen. We missed that E wave. So what could have happened here? What is one of the scenarios? This is one of the scenarios that we mentioned as well. This being the end of the correction at the lows and having a 3-wave move up, corrective move. You can find a WXY here instead of a WXY-XZ. I just put this one here, but you can have a WXY double zigzag here in this price act. It doesn't really matter. It's just basically realizing that wave X could have finished here, and inside of a double zigzag, 3-wave up and a 3-wave up, this is a pretty ferocious C wave I have to say, getting to the 2.618, you know, extension plus, but that would be okay to happen. There's no invalidation. It's just not that common to see a C wave extend so far, but these are perfect for trap situations. So let's just say that I'm still leaning of this move, that this movement up can be this that we have been talking about, right? How do we get up there? How do we form this 3-wave move up? Now we've got it. So now it's getting ready for, you know, is it good to get into shorts? Well, we can get ready for shorts. Devil is already, you know, looking for those entries, managing risk very, very well, because there's nothing better than getting into a free trade, right? Covering your stop, covering your fees, and being very, very but looking for that potential swing, right? Because these are the kind of trades that if you start moving down impulsively, then you say, you know what, I'm in a short from the exact high. They're very, very difficult. I would not be interested where we are at the moment to get into a short, like FOMO into the pullback. And if you don't catch the high, it's at a resistance, it's not worth it, right? You're just going to get stopped out potentially with a double top or whatever. A double top could be interesting. We'll go through the lower time frames now, guys, for what I would be looking for, understanding this wave. So yeah, this is one scenario. ABC up, double zigzag, zigzag up, zigzag up. This is your correction. We are hitting that one-to-one extension. One-to-one extension is being hit here between the 1-to-1 and the 1-2-3-6. We can get logarithmic or not, but this is the common area for either a C wave or a WXY double zigzag Y wave. And we are in between 1-to-1 and 1-2-3-6, which, coincidence or not, it is coming in at the 2-hour order block. It is coming in at the golden pocket from the move down that we had since May. You know, coincidence that we have Fibonacci confluence, 2-hour order block, you know, the 1-to-1 extension, 1-2-3-6 extension. It is a exciting area of rejection, and I will go through the lower time frame and explain what could develop, what, you know, how to position into this trade, because once the position is in, then we can protect position, cover the stop loss and fees, and just chillax, right? Relax, let it ride. If it is going to be a corrective move to the upside, holy smokes, you know, looking for swing shorts. And I know that a lot of people are going to believe that we are not going to reject here and come down to sub 58k. That is fine. The more people that think that, the better, right? But yeah, I would be looking for big major swing shorts at this moment, because still we have just a 3-wave move up. And you know what happens, right? You know, zooming in here, 3-wave move up here. That's a 3-wave move. Some people were starting to get pretty bullish here. This is just a potential higher time frame 3-wave move up, and, you know, starting to look for swing shorts at this point. This is a correction from this entire move down from 82k. For the moment, it might not be a correction, but I am leaning on the possibility of it. It could be very much, will be a correction, and I want to try and position myself into a swing short. Information is still fresh. We're just pumping. We're still, you know, relatively moving higher. So I will explain in detail how we can detect the probabilities that we are, you know, likely going to reject at specific levels. I'll put on the levels later on, and how I would really like to get into this short safely, right? Because and then it's just about riding the trade. So we'll go in detail, just like riding the trade from the insane swing long that I did mention at the end of June. This was a swing long to get above 67.2k, basically, right? This was back in late June, almost starting in July. understanding we either get this 1 2 3 4 5 or we get a double 1 2. We did not get the double 1 2, so we this was our execution here at the 58k level at that monthly naked point of control, and we did not reach 67.2k with this rally. I did take significant profits, but now finally from the swing long mentioned in the trading community, finally guys, we hit above 67.2, and it's time to collect, okay, after 7 weeks of a swing, right? Big swing. It's going to take many weeks that I did explain here. You know, this is a long position that is going to take very likely several weeks to develop. So yeah, I mean, finally, right, this is my only remaining position at the moment. I have no other trade position, but this has been the one that has been paying the most, right? I attempted a short yesterday, also the long that I just took the profits at a major level instead of taking, instead of putting 20% or 25% take profit, I did take all of the profit. This was the same long as Deviled, took yesterday inside of the trading community, which would have been a great trade to hold on to, as we did pump several $1,000s, but it's a green trade regardless. Guys, remember, if you are interested in the trading community, I mean, this is my only remain trade at the moment. You know where to find us. Send me the word access to the Telegram down below. Get access to the trading community, and these setups are shared there. Deviled setups as well. We share the days. You get access to order flow, CVD diversions, all of the tools at mindpillar.com. You can ask questions. We'll answer the questions, and you only need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. Kraken, Bluffin, choose your favorite one where you usually do your trading, do a minimum deposit, and you get access to everything that we have, guys. So it's not hard to get access to all of the different things that we have, guys. That's the only requirement. So if you want that info, send me the word access in the Telegram down below, and I'll sort you out. Right, let's continue with all of this, because right, sorry, we just I'm going slow, but because I'm gonna be here for a few hours, legends, okay, and I have no rush. Maybe you're in a rush and you want to get straight to the point, but it's time to understand the higher time frame possibilities, and it's just, we go little by little here. So even though this would be a pretty projected C wave in an ABC, right, this is like 2.6 times longer from your A wave here, and this is to finish wave Y in this double zigzag. We have the other scenario, which is also valid. It would be this one right over here. I mean, Joan did point this out in the trading community. This one naturally would require another 4-5, which would be developed in the next 1 to 2 weeks. But I'm not a fan of this one. There's a lot of red flags. This was explained, I think, on the previous stream. But it's trying to find an impulse here for a wave 1 or a wave A, and find a corrective move. There's the main red flags here is that your wave C is an expanding diagonal, and that is very, very rare for an ending to end a wave C of a flat, because this is a flat in A, B, and then an expanding diagonal to finish C. You have also your wave B or 2 in this case being almost 4 times longer, and that is just not ideal. You know, obviously your B wave as well hit the 1.618 extension of your A wave, and that's too far away for a B wave of a flat, right? We cannot make up the rules here. We can't say, what about, you know, just imagine that we got an impulse here, and then you have an A, B, and C, and you're like, and then, you know, price is moving up here, and you're like, can't this be an ABC flat right there? Well, if the B wave's gone through the roof and it's surpassed the 1.618 extension, it's not a B, it's very unlikely a B wave, right? This is why we have Fibonacci and we have probabilities. The probabilities are based on the history of price action, and Elliott wave was created, right? Elliott from Elliott wave did come to the conclusion. He built Elliott wave theory based on what he saw on the chart, not because it's been it's a product and we need to follow Elliott wave theory. He says this is how the market moves, and obviously come with the patterns and the corrections and the impulse. He developed Elliott wave theory based on the history of what happened on the chart. So he knew that this could not be an ABC flat because, B wave extended, for example, beyond the 1.618 extension. And, all of these kind of rules is what we implement, right? So this scenario is low probability. This is a low probability scenario, even though we are following up here. For this scenario, we would need a corrective move 4 in the next coming days. Their invalidation for this scenario would be the golden pocket from the low to the high, which is sitting at 66k, 66.2k. Wave 1, ABC flat, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You need a fourth wave similar in size from this, wave 2 naturally, and then the push up to finish that impulse here for either your wave C or your wave 3. We want a bit of a range here to be formed in a correction to see if it's going to be worth getting into a long for a pump of a few $1,000s, which is going to take a couple of days naturally, at least, right? A few days, because this powerful move has just happened here, right? It's just very, very fresh from the last 24 hours. So when we consider the higher time frame, 2-hour, 4-hour time frame, this is going to require time to detect if we are forming a high probability correction, to then come to the conclusion that the bias is going to be taking out that high, right? When you have a clear overlapping higher probability correction, that the bias is to take out that high again. Just like having this being a higher probability corrective formation throughout the weeks in August, the probabilities are to take out 67.2k, right? The probabilities are to take out the highs, regardless if you're bearish or not, or whatever. The probabilities before getting below 58k, we are looking to push up beyond 67.2k. So not surprised based on this move. I'm surprised based on the power of the move. It was pretty powerful. So yeah, that would be an option for a bullish case scenario or a bearish case here. There is a chance for an impulse formation, even though there are many red flags that are affecting the probabilities for this to be a wave 1 and this a wave 2, even a wave A and a wave B. But there is no invalidation. There's just a few red flags that does affect the probabilities, of course, and that is the B wave of this ABC flat has hit the 1.618 extension. That is not common at all. You also have an expanding ending diagonal in a 5-wave structure for your wave C of this flat. That is really rare. If you tell me, look for a flat structure, ABC, where C wave is an expanding diagonal, I could not find one. I can't even find an expanding diagonal on its own. A contracting diagonal, yes. We did have one right over here. We were paying attention to this a lot back here in February, March. One or A. Naturally, it was A because that was B and that was C right there. 3-wave move, boom, boom, A, B, C, down. But expanding diagonals, I can't see any. So this is like really, really a low probability scenario. So I am not expecting this. I am not expecting a wave 4 and 5 to have a 1, 2, 3 from here. I'm not expecting this at all, but it's just something that we're just going to have to go with the price action for our intraday setups. Because if we do form a correction here, which is very detectable throughout the next coming days, I'm going to be looking for long to take out the highs. It all depends on the information, right, given after this massive impulse. So we need that range, we need the zones, and there's no better moment to get ready or get into the trading community, right? So we do get ready for these possible scenarios in the next coming days, guys. You know where to find us. It's the first link down below. So not a fan of this. This is low probability. So we're trying to scratch off. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. This is one option. And the diagonal is literally also the second option. So let me just get the scenarios that we do have basically here. Going from higher probability, in my opinion, to the lowest probability scenario. This for me would be the highest probability scenario. Let me go right away. I'll go through the comment section, guys. Give me a minute. Regardless of this being a WXY XZ or a WXY double zigzag, you can fit just a zigzag here in a WXY. It doesn't matter. Let me just remove this because this is going to be like, isn't a WXY XZ low probability. It is, but you can find a double zigzag here anyway as well. So this looks very juicy. This does look like the juiciest option for me at the moment, where I would say that price is gonna find a peak in this zone. Not based on the information that I have from the lows, I come to the conclusion, you like it or not, guys, I'm just sharing my opinion, that this is a 3-wave corrective move up, instead of, you know, trying to figure out if it is a motive wave, right, like this one over here. We can have a wave 1 right there, but then all of this is a mess. There's so many red flags that it just makes it the lowest probability scenario on the higher time frame. So because we are in bear market still, and because of the movement up that we got in July that looks very 3-wavy, I don't have a solid motive wave to the upside. And it's not because I want to be bearish, guys. It's because of the information that is on the chart. I just can't find a... I'll go through the super chat right now. But yeah, I am on the higher time frame. I'm still leaning bearish, guys. You know, make sure to watch the video here. I posted it in the evening. Didn't get too many views, but I just literally on the start of the video, I started off saying, guys, the probabilities are higher to take 67.2k when we're trading at 64. So you know, probabilities were high to get that push up. The push up was ferocious, though, I have to say. And it's all based on what's given on the chart. You know, this is likely corrective, meaning that you're likely going to take out the highs. So with the information that we have at the moment, this is likely corrective up, and this is likely impulsive down, which means that a lower high, okay, give or take 674.76, does favor the situation of having the bear market continuing in the next couple of months. If we forget about the 4-year cycle theory for 1 minute, because I know the 4-year cycle theory believers are going to say there's no time to get down to in October. There is a lot of time still, right? There is still a lot of time. So this fits nicely as a strong impulse, and this does fit nicely to be a 3-wave correction. So my bias on the higher time frame, still regardless of this pump, which was very much expected, not as ferocious, but it was expected, is to take out sub 58k in the next coming weeks, if you wish, right? Maybe a couple of months. So this is what fits better for me at the moment based on the rally, right? Sorry for the bulls out there, but I don't have a reason to believe that the bear market low is in. My second option would be the diagonal, which is not looking incredibly great, but it still would be an option. It would still be a possible option. We'd have to form and usually a diagonal does get overlap from your wave 1, so but that's already the invalidation. This pump was too ferocious on this, so this is not looking great. Diagonals are rare, contracting diagonals are rare for a wave 1 or a wave 8, and it's looking a bit messy, a little bit messy. It would still be valid as long as you maintain above the base channel here of taking 1 in 3. So yeah, if we do get a corrective move, preferably it does overlap, but if you overlap, it's going to invalidate it anyway. So this would be my second option as the bullish case, which is not looking pretty. So, and then obviously the third option would be the bullish case, right? To potentially have a wave 3 on the formation. We would need a wave 4. Golden pocket here is from end of wave 2 to the end of wave 3, wherever that is going to be the invalidation for this wave 4. But you would want a bit of a range, a bit of a pullback here, and form a higher low, and then get the move up in your wave 5 to maybe form wave 3 or C. Which you know, yeah, I mean, of course, you know, why not? But there's too many red flags. But I'll start thinking about this once we get a correction, not invalidating the wave 4 and creating one more high. Then we can talk. Then we can talk about this situation. But for the moment, it's not looking pretty for this at the moment, guys. I know these pumps bring excitement and bring, you know, obviously the bear market low is in. We're not going to claim this, right? Now the bulls are going to come and talk, right? The bears were talking a lot throughout this zone, and now the bulls are going to come out to play, right? And they're just going to believe that it's up from here, guys, and the bear market low is in, and it's not like that. The charts still favor the bears despite this move up, which has been incredible. The chart, the information from move down, the information from move up still favor that we do go south, guys. And I don't want that, because I have a lot, you know, if we do get a bull run, then yeah, awesome, right? You know, I have been DCAing here throughout the last few months. I would be more than happy, right? Why if you have Bitcoin would you talk bearish? It's just what the charts say, what the charts are telling me. Anyway, let's go through comment section. Let me just get a drink, guys, and I'll go through. Andy is no bear though. Yeah. Well, it all depends on what time frame, right? Because I've been mainly more bullish on the lower time frame in this zone. I was just trying to figure out what happens here before we take out the highs. You know, I was very much aware that, you know, we take out the highs first, right? So, you know, mainly bullish on this rangy 1 hour, 4 hour time frame. But when I zoom out on the daily, you know, I'm still pretty bearish just because of what the chart is telling me. Which is not, you know, unfortunately, I wish I could be bullish. Always be prepared for both. Exactly. This is why we, you know, prepare the low probability scenario I'm always prepared for both. That's it. That's very, very true, right? We want to be prepared for both scenarios, and that's what we do, right? Maybe it's this one. We need to trade the charts, basically. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, let me just quickly read that super chat, guys. I want to stretch my legs. My man GJD, I'll read you through, guys. Mariela, thanks for joining the stream. Much love. Corey, thanks for joining. Bath Maria, it's interesting how people quickly come back to the space once BTC makes a move. It's yeah, that's how it goes, right? People start gaining interest when you get the when you get some volatility, right? It's normal. We are human beings. We go by movements and emotions. If something is stuck and it's boring, it's like, screw that. You know, I'm not interested. You get a little move, and then, hey, what's happened? Right? What's happened here? JGD8007, thanks for the super chat, my man. No need, but anyway, I guess it's to read the comment. Andy, look at US dollar tether dominance. Right, let's take a look at that. US dollar tether dominance, guys. Wait, wrong chart. US dollar tether dominance. Yeah, what do we need to take a look at from here? I'm going to continue reading the comment section. I have some boxes there. Nobody remembers what for, but right. It looks like a wave A has just been completed from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse. Just look cleaner than the BTC chart. Okay. It looks like wave A has just been completed from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse. What impulse? I'm not sure what time frame you are referring here. I assume it's the higher time frame. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but it looks like wave A has just been completed from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 impulse. It just looks cleaner than the BTC chart. I assume it's the daily chart, and I assume that you would look at this as the impulse from below. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we've just started wave A. I would assume it's I would assume it's the daily time frame. It's the rally that we've had in the last basically couple of years, right? 2025, part of 2026. I would assume it's this as the impulse, my man. And now we're forming the correction. But now we're forming the wave A. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be too sure about this. We are starting the wave A down. I mean, this is the thing with US dollar tether dominance. This could already be that A wave, your B wave in a triangle on the US dollar tether dominance, and now you're forming the last push down. You're going to get a little bit of that movement down. This could very much be that ABC coming into the point of control of this other corrective move. Yeah, I'm not too sure about, you know, would this be the high and we're getting a larger pullback, which is going to give us that bit of a more relief rally and a bit more of a bull run. Because if US dollar tether dominance goes down, it's naturally because people are, you know, buying Bitcoin, right, or crypto. If the dominance goes down, that means there's less tether, of course, accumulation. But this could very much, we got a big fat range right there. Point of control, 3 wave down for the moment, which could very much be that back up again. And we are on the formation of the 5th wave to form a diagonal, or to form a, maybe the 5th wave is not finished. And naturally, if dominance goes up, you're going to see Bitcoin and crypto go down. So still too soon. We only have a 3 wave down here. You did say that we are forming the start of a wave, and I would say we have a 3 wave move down already on the dominance since July. Till we do not get a solid 5 wave move down, we would not have wave A or wave 1. And for the moment it is 3, and 3 can be an ABC. We recover in the coming weeks like very, very fast. So yeah, well, let's see. I would expect a bit of choppiness and a bit of slightly lower lows, which is very, very common before after a big move down, and then a reversal bounce. Is that reversal bounce going to form a lower high and then go lower, or will it actually continue the uptrend momentum of the last couple of years on the dominance? Yeah, this could be irrelevant. Maybe it finished here. We still got a 3 wave move down. We got a lot of support here on the dominance. Okay, so I would not put full pressure on that. Okay, so lower time frames. This is what I'm going to do, guys. Now we get to the exciting stuff, where I've explained a little bit why this does still have a higher probability of being a 3 wave move, a correction which would lead the possibility of taking out this low, till proven otherwise, till we get some 4-5 here, right? For this scenario, then we can say, right, we've actually have a very, very valid impulse to the upside on the higher time. Today's live stream is important for a bit of higher time frame, guys, because we popped out from the range, right? And we need to try and understand, what do we have from the bear market low? What do we have from this rally since July? When you're in this range, talking about higher time frame is like, who cares? Bitcoin's not doing anything, right? Let's look for the 15-minute, 1-hour time frame to look for some intraday setups. But now with this explosive move, we need to zoom out and understand a little bit. And for my understanding, as explained, this does have a higher probability of being a correction. This is an impulse, and looking for a lower high. It does make sense to start turning over based on the information here. We do have bullish scenario, but for the bullish scenario, I would have to see a wave 4 and 5 on the higher time frame, which naturally would be either this, we're still developing the wave 3 from the push up 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We need a wave 4, we need a range and one more high. Then I can start thinking about, okay, maybe we're developing wave 3 or C. Still can be a ABC, but that's the moment where it could be starting to look interesting. Then later on for the 4-5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Do we actually form a big impulse to the upside here? Diagonal was not looking great, and I think this is looking better for the moment. WXY double zigzag. So now let's go down into the meat and potatoes. Now let's go through the action, which is understanding this movement. Okay, from the latest higher low, this does look like a finished move, but from basically this rally and what we have with this. Okay, and then we'll break down, of course, the 15-minute time frame, understanding the waves. We are coming into big resistance. Devil is already in a short. I'm not sure if he's still in the short, but he did provide that short entry inside of the trading community today. Almost shorting the Pico top wick here, based on decreasing volume, giving a bit of room for stop, covering fees and stop loss, right, as he does always very, very well. So if you are interested to know the updates and the setups, sign up, guys, to the trading community. It's super easy. Send me the word access, first link down below. I'll share the information. You just need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. You do a minimum deposit, follow your own trading, of course, and you get mindpillar.com access, order flow, CBD, access to the trading community, open community. You know, it's where traders want to be, in my opinion, right? I wish I had this kind of community in my early stages of trading. So right, we're going to focus on this right now. We're going to focus on the 1 hour. What do we have? What waves are we in? You know, holy smokes, we're coming into resistance. So looking for the pullbacks are looking great, but this is why we have Devils, the master, already speculating on that short entry. But now we're going to cover it, and I'm going to explain. We're going to map the situation on what could get developed. Okay, so smash up the like button if you do enjoy the content. Let me just stretch my legs, guys. I'm getting a bit of a humpback Notre Dame, so I need to stand up for a bit. If you allow me, guys. 162 likes. Let's get to 200. I'll be back. Quick comment section, and then go through the 1 hour and 15-minute time frame, guys, where the meat and potato is. Give us a second. Much love. Okay. Right. Quick hello maybe for some new viewers. Andy, isn't this move too much strong of a move for a corrective bear market? We can have explosive moves in the to the upside in a bear market in a bear market basically. We would have to go in this case to the Coinbase chart. But yeah, I mean, this was a bear market rally, believe it or not. It was already the first leg here to the upside, but I mean, every cycle has been really a little bit different. Okay, I mean, 2018 was a bit of a descending triangle kind of structure. Where you formed that push down, you know, a barrier triangle for your B wave, and then the push down, right? A, B, C, with the B wave being a barrier triangle, which is not too common really, but you know, it's just a descending triangle breakdown. But I mean, this was a pretty significant rally that we had, relatively quick in this bear market here. Every cycle is different, right? This is why we try and figure out, but we haven't changed bearish market structure, and we haven't got a solid looking impulsive move up, unfortunately, yet, right? And this is why we adapt to both scenarios. It would be great for the bottom to be in, don't get me wrong here. You know, I mean, most of the profits have been taken from the swing long that I have. And I do hold spot Bitcoin, so I am in no short. So I would be more than happy if we start rallying here, then obviously the spot portfolio, and we do enter into a bull run, and bear market low is in. Let me ask this poll before I go through the 1 hour time frame, legends, because I mean, it is obviously an interesting question, right? Isn't this too strong of a push? It's not that strong. This push down was stronger, right? Than this push up. But this is my favorite education ever. Gracias, Andy. Mucho amor. Paz Maria. Much love. I mean, I'm seriously not. We got a huge move, which is very fresh, and Devil's in the short from a massive, you know, from a peak high. I will talk about where I would be interested in short or interested in a long. However, longs now, you know, this has been a significant push up. Devil got into a long here, and he did share in the community. Holy smokes, thinking that it would be a wave 5, right, and get exhausted and then pull back, mainly as a day trade. But if you protect a position and you're leaving a runner, then yesterday's runner is like, oh yeah baby, right? Holy smokes, awesome long execution yesterday early morning from Devil right there inside of a trading community. And we always suggest, it's a recommendation, it's not financial advice or any of that, to leave a runner always, be it 20% of the position or be it 40%, because those are the ones that you profit max. And a lot of people do have that mistake of not leaving a significant runner, because it's just like on the opposite side. I enter a short, say here, with no stop loss, liquidation price up here, and I want to add to the short, for example, and stuff like that, and you hold on into a negative trade till you get liquidated. And this happens a lot in the first few years of trading. It does happen when you don't understand the risks and you don't adapt your risk management. And on the opposite side, which is very common to see, I actually see people in the trading community saying, I closed too early, right? I closed all of the position too early. And it's completely natural to get stopped out with small profits. I only have this one running at the moment, and you want to take significant profits as you go, but sometimes there's going to be a lot of break-even trades and very, very small profits because you've taken profit too early, or closed most of the position very, very quick, and you don't leave that runner. And when you get used to leaving a runner, and I think Beth Maria has experienced that already, which has only been 4 months or 5, correct me if I'm wrong, Beth, in the trading community, and you're experiencing that. Holy smokes, it's so nice to leave a runner, because it saves the week, right? My trading last 1 week hasn't been great. I got a couple of stop losses, even on the stream here, put in on in the journal. Okay, the trades that I take are going to be taken from now on inside the journal. This was Devil's long yesterday. This was the short yesterday that got stopped out with a slight profit, managed to cover the fees and the stop loss. But it's great to leave a runner, because I haven't had an awesome last 2 weeks. I obviously took a week off the first week of August, but the trade that saved me was the one from the first week of July, right? That's the one that's made more profits throughout the summer. And that's the beauty, right, of getting into some swings as well, because maybe you haven't had an awesome couple of weeks of trading, it's been pretty average, you haven't made that much gains, and then you have a major swing from down here that's just making you the trades, right? Now we're coming into September, so I'm going to take trading more aggressively. I will be looking more, summer holidays, we want to enjoy life as well. It's been relatively boring throughout part of July and August as well. And now September is when we start, September to Christmas is going to be action, guys. It's going to be action, because I've spent quite a bit of money. I've actually withdrawn a bit because I've spent quite a bit of money. I've been away in the UK and for my birthday, and I've spent quite a bit of money. So we need to get back into the trading zone. Luckily, that swing long did pay significant expenses, which is I'm happy about. So yeah, September is going to be awesome, guys. And if you want to see the action, you know where to find us, guys. Trading community is the first link down below. Bath, much love to you. 7 months already in the community. Holy smokes, time flies. Sadly, I closed at 67k, says Poria Beat. How can you take partial profits and leave a runner on Kraken? I will start trading on Kraken as well. It's nice to have a few exchanges, because I think diversifying on your trading exchanges as well make sense, right? Don't have all of your eggs in one basket, as they say, right? Except unless you're having stocks and interactive brokers, right? Interactive brokers for me is the best broker, of course, to have stocks and buy ETFs and rest of it. I think it's okay to have most of your stock portfolio in interactive brokers, because it is an incredible regulated broker, of course. But throughout different exchanges in crypto, it does make sense to diversify a little bit. And Kraken is one that I used to trade a few years ago, and now I'm going to get back into Kraken because they have improved a lot. But we can do that very soon, how to get partial profits. I'm sure it's not complicated, okay? I'll make sure to explain that very, very soon. If you're in the trading community, you can always tag me, because I am going to start trading on Kraken again. How long did it take you to become consistently profitable? Since late 2019, and that was after, in between, coming into the second to third year of trading. 2019 was, I had a devastating experience, which I got liquidated basically from a $20,000 account, and back then this was almost my entire trading account. But yeah, 2020 was the good year, and obviously with the bull run in 2021, which I didn't have a significant crypto portfolio, obviously changed my life. Between 2020 and 2021, I started consistently profitable, and obviously my portfolio went through the roof, and that's where things changed between 2020 and 2021. But we cannot rely, I think nowadays, on investment. It's good to invest, without a doubt. I think it's good to have spot Bitcoin, with that, no doubt, in the long term. But trading really gives you the you can make profits consistently every month with trading. You can have a bad week. I can have a bad week. I don't usually have a bad month, but yes, a bad week. So yeah, around about 2-3 years. It all depends on how much effort you put in, because Beth Maria, I've spoken to her a few times. Sorry to call you out here, but I had a few conversations, because my Telegram is open and I can have a conversation with you. And she started trading about 2 years ago, and she told me that she lost a significant amount. I'm not going to say here, but just a couple of weeks ago, she sent me a very nice voice message saying that she made back all of her loss in the last few months after joining the community, which is awesome. It's not, we help, we explain how we trade, and then you adapt it to how you trade basically, and she's done very, very well for herself, which is awesome to see. Should be the same as other exchanges on Kraken. Yes, absolutely. The July rally delayed into August. Yeah. Well, we did get that July rally. How many times you attempted to short yesterday and got stopped out? Only once. It was shared in the community, and I was sharing that I'm not interested in shorts, guys. I was this is the importance of having somebody that understands when not to short, and understanding where it starting to become dangerous, and understanding the possible projections that could happen. And when we were trading at the 65k region, this was my only short attempt at the 0.88, because then the price smashed through. I was explaining I'm not interested in the red box zone. Maybe we could SFP, but we did not SFP. We're just flying with high volume. And I was letting people know that, guys, be aware that we could smash through this zone. We do have open interest. This is a powerful move up, guys. Be aware. Here, your risk management is going to be tested. And a few hours later, we smash through the levels. And that's why we make people aware that when it becomes dangerous if we don't reject at the specific levels, and obviously being very, very good with the execution. I mean, it was the 0.88 Fibonacci from the highs to the lows, because we did bounce at this one also. So we got move up, 0.88 touch here, and this was the one that bounced and was the only main level that I was interested. 0.88 value area high of the range to get that rejection as a sniper trade. You need to be very much, you know, in the zone here and be ready for this execution, because it would be the only attempt to try the rejection. Take profit, protect the capital, have a stop loss. Whoever's trading with no stop loss here or attempting to short the pump, guys, this is a strong move. You know, I don't know what to do more. You know, be careful. This is a powerful move. You know, this could smash through. Be prepared for the big explosion to the upside. So it's not one of those areas that you're like, I'm going to short. You know, I'm very, very against that way of trading here. This is not short. It's going to roll over at some point. If you blast through with this order flow, you know that this is gonna fly. Let it do what it needs to do. It's better to stay away from any short attempts when you get this order flow here with open interest. You don't want to fight here the rejection with this huge amount of volume and open interest here. Just really, really going up. You can call me out, no problem. I've shared my journey with the Legend community. It's been so great. Thank you so much for the kind words, Bath. Much love to you. Legend, Bath, Brian, much love. Sounds good. I'll be looking out. You and Devil are legit. Smite. Thanks. I will check it out again on my next trade. Appreciate you sharing that I just got wrecked by this pump, so I'm hurting, but will come back stronger and hope be on your level soon. Yeah, I mean, we always are very much aware of the price breaking out, right? And just be aware that you know, it's been a long range. You're squeezing in here. We have many scenarios. I understand the priority of this range was to take out the highs. What we do as analysts, looking for the opportunities, is do we form a triangle and then break out? You know, do we form an expanding fifth wave, or you know, or maybe this is 1 2 1 2 and this is the third. We'll go through the details here. But when you're coming into the last resistance area, which is, you know, the value area high, you break out value area high, you know, this area becomes dangerous if you do not form a solid SFP, which you did not, guys. We smashed through. An SFP is get a reaction quickly from that lower high, or even this lower high right there. If you smash this zone, you want to stay away. You're breaking the range. And if you break these highs and you break this fair value gap, or, you know, you're going to fill all of this gap. You're going to fill it up, which is what we did. So when you get that volume and you're breaking out, it's like we might just smash through here, guys. You know, we need to understand where it's dangerous to short. Dangerous when it's been so boring and choppy, and this has high probability of being something corrective based on this information. You know that high is going to be taken at some point, despite moving down and then up to the value area low, or forming a triangle and then up, or forming a higher low, or forming multiple 1-2s and then smashing out. You know that high has high probability to be taken here, which was explained, of course, on the video update a few days ago. The probabilities of getting above 67.2k is high probability, guys. Obviously this is just the arrow, and we had many scenarios locally, but this, instead of coming down, it's likely that we get that push up. So you want to be very, very cautious if you're looking for shorts when you're likely going to take out the highs of the range. You know, so you want to be careful here, because you could smash out. Anyway, right, enough talk here, and let's go through what could be, oh, we're getting a bit of a pump here at the moment, still continuing to the upside. That would have been an interesting, I wouldn't have longed this anyway. We're just claiming the high right now. Not particularly too interested in this double top. What could be looking for here is a 1, 2, 3, or unless we're going to form an ABC flat. For the moment, we've got a 3-wave structure. I'll go in detail here of what I want to see to take either a long or a short, okay? Not interested in this double top. We could have taken a sniper short with a tight stop loss, but I'm not interested at the moment. I will explain what is going to be interesting, because we already form a range, and once you form a range, you have information of what could happen, okay? For the moment, we have a 1, 2. This could be 3. And what we want to see is a 4 and a 5, right? That's where it becomes interesting at resistance after having a pop here with some volume and a little range from this corrective range, right? That's where it becomes interesting to see if we are going to form an impulse here into resistance, which we'll point out now in the next coming minutes. Okay, let's just break down here the 1 hour time frame, and go from this low. Yeah, for this moment, a wave 5 extension here does kind of make sense. You know, it's very much a possibility that we've had a 5th wave extension to the upside. So yeah, there is that chance for this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there, and we're just slowing down into the resistance. Volume is decreasing as we are creating the higher highs here, and this 5th wave extension could be formed with an extended wave 1, because after this correction here, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for wave 3. Wave 3 doesn't always have to be the longest wave. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to. It cannot be the shortest wave. But in this case, it's not, because your shortest wave is wave 1. So you've got 1, 2, 3. It's more common to see a long 3 wave, but we cannot be blinded just to say, oh, it always has to be a 3rd wave, you know, the longest one. Sometimes you have the longest one being wave 1, which is not very common. Sometimes it's the wave 5 that's the longest one, which is more common than having the wave 1 being longer. But sometimes we get too blinded, right? Elliott wave analysts, that we're always kind of looking for the wave 3, right? Always wave 3. But we need to understand that the only rule that there is that wave 3 cannot be the smallest wave in an impulse, and in this case it's not. So is there a chance here of this being an extended wave 5? I have a little bit of a problem here if I want to map this as an extended wave 5. And what is the main problem? Well, where is your wave 1, 2, 3 for this to be a 4 and a 5? When we start, there's no wave 1 here after this ferocious move. So you come to the conclusion that this would be your extended wave 1. And when there's volatility and when there's a massive short squeeze or long squeeze, that's where you need to understand, where it's more common to see an extended wave 5 or an extended wave 1 is at liquidity events where it breaks the analysis. It breaks the most common scenarios being the wave 3 being an extension. At liquidity events, that's where you have extended wave 5s or extended wave 1s and then slow down into the 3, 4, 5. So that's what we're trying to map out. There's a good sign right now, which is decreasing volume, right? You are starting to slow down here after this ferocious move that we had yesterday. So trying to have a few scenarios, a couple of scenarios, not many, based on how we could finish this move to the upside here is what we need to have, right? So let's go with the first one, which is the extended wave 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Wave 3 is longer than wave 1, so we can have this extension wave 5. And in this extension wave 5, we would have an extended wave 1. Very shallow wave 2. Then wave 3 getting developed here, 4 and 5. So for this, let's just organize this a little bit. This is okay on liquidity events. An extended wave 1 to form an extended wave 5 here. It's totally fine on these volatile moments. It's nice to see the volume decreasing, so that means that a slowdown and looking for that reversal soon makes a lot of sense. So the invalidation for this wave 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, we would be forming a 5-wave move here. From this point would be accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice, no overlap. High volume in the middle here. That's what you want to see on a classic impulse. Highest volume on wave 3. So it does make sense that this is a 4 and a 5 to finish the overall wave 3 on this particular scenario, which is an extended wave 5 with the extended wave 1 inside of it. We want to see a bit of a range here. Wave 4s are usually longish, so the invalidation for this would be the golden pocket. We still need to finish that wave 3, which we could be busy right now finishing that wave 5. So yeah, the invalidation of this wave 4 would be golden pocket. From wherever the high is, right? We're still finishing that wave 5, so we don't know quite exact where the invalidation for this wave 4 is going to be. But yeah, you can't overlap the wave 1. So let's go here. This might be a little bit boring as we build it, guys, but we need to go through these steps to try and identify what is forming here. Okay, I mean, this would be the overall invalidation naturally, because you can't overlap wave 1. So if we are going to be forming still the impulse, that would be the invalidation there. And then the invalidation for the wave 4, the longer wave 4 here, is going to be right over here. And this is from the third wave. Right, so we could not hit the highs right there. let's put this on a folder, because if not, it's going to get messy. I'm here just streaming like if I would be doing my analysis in the morning, guys. So, for this particular scenario, taking the last higher low from a few days ago, basically last Friday, impulse with an extended wave 5 and having a wave 1 extension inside of that wave 5. And it does, I mean, this would make a lot of sense based on how the price action is developing here. So this would be one scenario. So what I need to be ready for this scenario is, and this is what we do as traders, you know, nobody knows what's going to happen next. You can have a probability point of view, right? We don't know how the price is going to exactly develop. We can have an idea of a few scenarios, and that's how we get ready for our trading setups, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a wave 4. We need another sideways correction and one more high for this particular scenario. Okay, so what is going to be more interesting for this short? And this is for seriously, this is looking for the swing short. Okay, this information is looking for the swing short that I'm giving right now. How to try and spot the swing short for that possible reversal back down, right, in the next coming weeks. Believe it or not, right? You know, I really want to try and detect this potential and get the best entry possible, just like the best entry possible that I figured out here with that 5-wave move down at the monthly naked point of control. We do have great levels of resistance at this point after filling the entire fair value gap. You know, this gap has been filled and now we're coming into resistance. So now trying to detect the 4 5s is very important, because, you know, once I get into that swing long, you know, it's probably going to pay a couple of months already, right? I don't need a trade in September or October potentially if I manage to get a good entry. Just like the swing long from, you know, July, right? There's the same scenario. This swing long, I did explain that this is the kind of swing long that might cover my trading for July, August, right? This rally from 58k to plus 67k, which might take a few weeks. It did take 7 weeks in the end to finally get to the highs. And this is the main trade, and this was shared in the community, right? This is a setup from the last week of June, getting ready for the first week of July for this setup. And now I'm having that same thought process, right? Because it's the only trade that I have running. It's the swing long. It's the only trade. All of these are day trades, little swings, obviously in the range, getting stopped out, and at the end a few losses as well. But it's basically been this area, right? This area, bit of intraday, right? It's difficult to get into the swing long or swing short in a very choppy environment when you have so many scenarios, which obviously creates all of this BS, right? All of these little trades in between. But then the good one, which is the swing long, is the one that's paying, right? Understanding that you know, I am looking for those highs to be taken at some point, regardless if it's going to be in 3 weeks or in 7 weeks. I am looking for those highs to be taken with high probability, understanding that this is likely a finished impulsive move down, and your minimum target is the 382 Fibonacci from the high to the low, which was literally the highs. Taking the wave 4 is very common, so that was the main idea, right? Look for a 3-wave move up to this high. Now that it's happened, you know, and I understand that the bear market low to be in is low probability. The same profits that I made here, or even maybe more, to the downside, I'm extremely interested because I am waiting patiently. I need to pull that video up because I'm waiting patiently for this 3-wave move up from this low, guys. This swing long is to see this kind of price action, which we got, and it took 7 weeks from the low, right? And then I would be interested in shorts once we cross 67.2k high, which we've done very ferociously. So now it's a little bit of patient game. I just need one trade to cover the month, basically, right? So I'm not looking for, you know, quick little scalps, and I will do my best now in entering into September to be a bit more active with intraday setups. But I realize that swings are more chilled, even though the swing trade might be a week or it might be 7 weeks. It doesn't matter. Swings are more chilled because I haven't bothered about this swing long. I just let it. It's protected. I've taken profit. Let it do what it needs to do. Because if we were to come down, then don't worry, there'll be other swing longs to look for later on. So now it's looking for the swing short potential, which I am not in a rush for. I managed to get into a very good long position. I haven't traded that much throughout July and August, but there was a great long position from here that I got into, and I understood that I need to take most of the profits. It's not going to turn into a swing like this one, because I understood that, you know, I'm looking for a 3-wave move to the upside. It might be an ABC, right? It might, if it is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then great. But I have to take profit from that swing, that day trade that did turn into a little swing. This was a position taken on the 17th of August, of July, sorry, which did manage to profit significantly. Right, let me just double check here. It was actually on the 17th July. Let me double check that. But it was, you know, I understood that most of the profit had to be taken here because I was already looking for a 3-wave potential. I don't know if we're going to take out this high. We might form a lower high. You know, I'm looking for an ABC. If it is going to break out, then yeah, we'll leave a little bit open, of course, be it 20-30%. But that got stopped out at the rest of the position on this movement down. So, I mean, that's the thing, right? This has been difficult to hold a swing. The main reason why my only trade is this swing long is because it's been difficult to get into a swing long here. And, you know, a swing long here, yeah. I mean, this was not a bad idea to get into a long, obviously, looking at the price action. But the main long has been from this one, right? And in this range, it's going to be difficult because you're going to try and swing short here. Then you're going to get stopped out with this wick, if not with this one. You know, re-enter or not, right? If you're long in here, stopped out here. You know, if you're long here, then stopped out with this move down. So it's, you know, it's the classic day trading zone, right? It's very difficult to get into those swings. And now I do realize this could be choppy. We could take out the highs a little bit. We need a bit of a longer range to understand what's going on because this is a swing shorting zone. It is starting to be a swing shorting zone. And I'm just very, very careful and trying to detect what I'm looking for here. And this is why we are here on the stream to try and map the situation of the possibility here. And this is one of them, okay, which would be an extended, having a little bit of a local double top at the moment. Very, very choppy. But what we would be looking for here for this scenario is one more 4-5, okay, one more 4-5. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. If this is an extended wave 5, Inside the extended wave 5, we have an extended wave 1. We've got the extended wave 1. We started a pullback. Okay, new 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to finish the third wave, right? Will it be this high, or will you form a flat and then move up? It doesn't matter. We're looking for a little bit of a longer corrective range here for this higher time frame wave 4. Because if this is going to be, that's where it's going to be becoming very interesting. Because this is the higher time frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some kind of a longer pullback here for this wave 4, for this wave 3. So a correction in wave 4 from this wave 3 is what I would want to see here. And then the next push up would be the moment of interest. And now, so if we were to correct here, but don't say that we correct, right? It looks like it's going to reverse. That's what I would want to see. And then the price does start shooting up here. That will be the push up that I would be interested in shorting, which could take a couple of more days. This would have the potential of being the insane swing short. And this is not about having the analysis right or wrong. It's about understanding what you're looking for your execution, right? And for this short trade, I would want to see one more 4-5. We are coming into some resistance, which is nice to see. We have a few levels. Range point of control. We got that mini range point of control here from this zone, which is naturally it's the start. It's the first major resistance area after this fair value gap, right? So yeah, looking for a rejection in this territory is what is ideal at the moment. When looking for shorts, when you have nothing here, this is a huge move down. What happens when you don't have ranges, you don't have point of control? Well, you can do this basically. You can just fill the entire gap till you get to your next block. When you get to the next block, that's where it looks good. You need to start using Elliott wave theory knowledge here to try and predict the 4-5s and understand the best resistance area. But yeah, no way in a million years I'm going to look for a short when there's no naked point of controls, no major. There's a huge gap. Never a good idea to look for shorts when you're breaking the highs of a range and there's a gap. It's never a good idea. And obviously price action has proved itself, right? There's nothing here as resistance, nada. So looking for shorts, adding for shorts here is suicidal. And that's something that you need to learn, right? This is just a little tip, right? When you say, for example, right now, let me just clear the chart 1 second. Be aware that if you break this low, I mean, there are some highs. Let me be honest here. There are some highs, but still the value area low of this trading zone is all the way down here. So from this gap, in this area, I would be extremely scared, and not scared. I'm just cautious of getting into any long position in this gap. You break that first higher low from the gap, and this is just for education, just so you know, if you are believing that you're extremely bullish and say that we do get a bigger pullback and you're looking for a long on the pullback, if this level is lost, just be aware that you can drop down another, $3,000 and fill the entire gap. You want that level to hold, and this is an empty zone. Yeah, you got this high and that rest of it, but I would still be very, very cautious. It's important to understand when there's danger in looking for longs. That's a dangerous area to look for longs, because you have that quick move, fast move gap, which is leaving, an empty space. And the same applies right over here, right? This is a very, very dangerous zone to look for shorts. This entire gap after breaking the highs or the value area high, it's a dangerous day. There's no shorts till you get to the next block where you know there's some resistance. And that's for the people that got liquidated here with shorts and rest of it, right? The macro bears and bear market and sub 58k, 40k, here we come. When price is coming up to this gap, it's a dangerous area. Yeah, you can SFP what's or not, but if you don't SFP, if you're in that trade, you want to get out quick if you start breaking, because this could happen and you can fill the entire gap. Okay, and you know, when we talk about, well, what would be a dangerous zone to long? Well, it's right over here. Fast move from yesterday, yeah, that's going to leave a significant gap. No, well, it's a $3,000 gap, but still. Just a little tip that I wanted to give there. So right now it starts to look interesting for shorts after all of this ferocious move. And I am personally in no short. You know, I'm a very, very chill trader. But I'm interested in trying to map the situation, right? This is why we are here on YouTube. We try and look at the waves and the possibilities. We have the community, just in case I see something, Devil sees something, and we want to provide the setup. So yeah, would be interesting. What I need to see here is the correction not overlap the wave ones right over here. This would be an extended wave 1, 2, 3. You need your 4 here that does not come all the way down to these highs. Okay, we can get this one out of the way already. Yeah, that's enough for the validation. So do not overlap here. Create a corrective move that does not get down to 69.7 and then take out the high one more time. That is where I'm going to be interested in taking that potential swing short. First attempt, right? First attempt for the swing. It's all fun and nice to get into little scalps, but I'm looking for the swing here. And you know, if we blast through from this zone, then you know, so be it, right? I won't be shorting. You know, that I understand with the information what I need to be looking for. So another 4-5 is needed here, another correction and another move up. The invalidation for this is taking out 69.7. So you want a higher low from 69.7 and then one more high and detect the move up here in that impulse. Levels of interest, obviously the best one is the 73.7k level, which is that mini range point of control. It is an entire 2-day order block. An SFP from those lower highs would be also very possible. So always an SFP here is good. After a drop and you have a lower high and then a drop, these are great SFP levels always. If you don't SFP, then you don't short. If you take a reaction, you can short, have good risk management. If you stopped out, it's a little loss. If you move down, great. You know, you're making a great reward. But if you break it, and this is what I explain always, we need to have guidelines, guys. Be respectful with your guidelines. If they're broken, don't take the trade. Period. That's it. It is simple, but what we don't make it simple, right? We are so... I am... You know, yesterday with the shorting levels, the 0.88 and being defensive, I always say, guys, if you break this level, you cannot afford to be in the short. Don't be in the short. The danger of breaking out with this order flow that we had yesterday was insane with the open interest and positive delta. It's like, let the price go, guys. Okay, it's not a moment to trade with the information that we have at the moment. It could break out, and it did. So And if you break a level, you just don't short it. And we know our levels, we know our guidelines, and that's what protects us. You know, I do know that a lot of people do end up learning and do end up adapting, but it's always the same story, where when we have a major move down, and you're on the wrong side of the market, or a major move up, this is the moment, you know, we can see it on the data, right? It was 1.1 billion in short liquidations. A lot of people got hurt yesterday when they were too bearish and not having good responsible risk management. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. What can we do? Someday these people will learn. So you need to be relaxed when you're trading and understand slowly the levels, what you're looking for. This would make a lot of sense, even though an extended wave 5 is a little bit rare, but that's what we got here to play with at the moment. You know, from the last higher low, you know, we need to play with what we've got here. So this would be one of them. For this extended wave 5 to finish where we have an extended wave 1 inside of the wave 5, we need one more pullback in a wave 4 that does not hit this level, and then the next push up will be the interesting zone to look for the shorts, at least for me, of how I'm looking at this, guys. Okay, I'm just explaining my thought process here. There's a 73.674 is interesting. Based on confluence, we have the range point of control, and we got some lower highs. It's a nice classic little SFP level as well. So it all depends. Those are the two main levels that I would be interested in speculating on the short as a swing, because when this finishes, it's either going to be a massive dump in the coming weeks, or it's either going to be a corrective move, maybe, right? It might just correct down, and we are looking for, you know, either the diagonal. Maybe it is going to be a wave 4. Sorry, and that's taken from this low. Maybe it is going to be a wave 4. Maybe it is going to be a correction regardless, right? And then we move up. But there's still, it would be a significant move of $3,000-4,000 at least. So I'm interested in that short. Will it be a correction and we go back up, or will it be a smack down? Well, I'm looking to position myself for whatever happens. But I do understand that, you know, this would be looking for the price to be coming to the end stages, right? Regardless if it doesn't and it blasts through from here, because I'm not here to be right or wrong. I'm here to know what I could be looking for, okay, and obviously be prepared. And if we do get one more correction and one more push up here in a 5-wave impulse, then I'm really trying to detect the 5th wave very, very locally of the 5th wave at the levels of resistance. And I have the range point of control to be my guideline at 63.7. If that is broken, guess what? I'm not going to be in the short. I'm not going to be adding to shorts and none of that BS. I know this can get me wrecked, right? I can't add to shorts and do any of that nonsense, guys. You can get wrecked. I've done it before and I got wrecked, so I'm not doing it again. Right? If we learn by making mistakes, you know, what did I do wrong to get wrecked? I had no stop loss and got liquidated. Well, then put a stop loss, have a guideline. If it breaks, don't be in the trade. It's that simple. It's just there's no more to it. If you follow the rules of the guidelines and the setups, you won't get wrecked. Never ever again. You will never get wrecked. And it's super simple. Have a plan, have a guideline. And I always go through this like bang, bang, bang. And, you know, it's natural. I did get a couple of DMs, also Devil, of people getting liquidated, people burning an account here. Not because of our fault, because we do our best for people to be very, very cautious. It's a ferocious market, making people understand that if this level is broken, then forget about it. Forget about it. We might extend here in a wave 5 and explode out. We make people aware where it's a dangerous zone so they do not get burnt. But it's inevitable. At the end of the day, some people do anyway because they do whatever they want. But we do our best. Preserving capital in trading is also extremely important. So this is what I would need to see: a wave 4 and a wave 5 throughout the next couple of days. Could be interesting. Something that I will be eyeing very, very carefully. So now let's go through the different scenario, because this is not the only one. We have another one, and that's the one that I want to explain. So make sure to stay tuned right away through the next scenario. I like this scenario very, very much. I would just need one more correction, one move back up. There's very, very clear resistance points, which is 73.7. It's the mini range point of control. It's the lower highs after this drop. This is also very classic SFP zone, and that would make perfect sense based on this scenario. When we're looking for an extended wave 5 and we're still busy with wave 4 to form and the wave 5 to then get the big move down, the pullback, right? Will the pullback be massive, or will it be a correction? Doesn't that matter. I will look to be positioned. I'll look to take some profits and cover the stop and everything, right? That's how we like to do it. There it is. Let's go through the other scenarios, and it becomes very interesting as well based on the higher time frame, right? When we zoom out, looking for this zone to be the rejection point, it just becomes very interesting, because we do have the 1-to-1 to the 1236 extension, which is on the higher time frame even more. On lower time frame, we could have extensions that go through the roof, right, like this one over here. But on the higher time frame, we do have the very common area for the C wave or a Y wave, so which is in between the 1-to-1 and the 1236, which is coming in at the naked point of control at 73.7, right? It's just a very, very interesting area to start speculating on looking for the top here, local top, right, to get the reversal. Another interesting point here is that we have the golden pocket, right, which hasn't been hit on the regular chart, but it has on the logarithmic, right? Regular chart golden pocket is slightly higher, at above 73.2. So there's just a lot of confluence here. This is why it's important to understand Elliott wave theory with what we have here. Another scenario, which would be a little bit more boring and a little bit more frustrating, is this push to the upside. From the lows being a double 1-2, which I would really prefer the extended wave 5, because in this case, whoops, we would be looking for a double 1-2 here, which this second wave 1 and 2 is extremely overextended compared to this wave 1. So a double 1-2 here for me doesn't make too much sense, and I would rather speculate on an extended wave 5, even though it's rarer than a double 1-2. But this second wave 1 is out of whack. It's too extended compared to this one. So yeah, I'll explain a little bit on how the price needs to, what we need to see on the wave 4 here. I'll go through this right away, guys, as I just go to the washroom, to the toilet, because Shanjay, much love. Yeah, devil is busy. SFP, double top, right? Double top. Yeah, if you're a sniper trader and you manage risk very well, you can attempt these, right? But you need to be on the ball here, right? You need to be on the ball, right? You attempt the short, you move down $200-300, you cover your fees, you cover your stop loss. You know, you can catch the kind of triple top if you attempt it. Cover the fees, cover the stop loss. You know, you get another one, you get the move down, entry, cover the fees, cover the stop loss, and there will be one that obviously brings you the move. But you need to be very good with the entry, very good with protecting the position. Anyway, we are here to speculate on the higher time frame swing short potential. And this would be one that I want to go in detail here ever so slightly. This would be the other scenario, unfinished impulse. This has been your wave 3 getting developed based on the high volume, and this would just mean that we would be looking for a longer wave 4, similar in size from this wave 2. Okay, I will explain it in detail. And all of this is looking for the end of an impulse. What happens at an end of an impulse is you get the reversal, regardless if it's going to be huge or if it's going to be corrective, and then you move up, you're still looking to profit from the move down regardless. The swing long that I did take back in July was purely based of getting into the 5-wave impulse down. Okay, so you know, this is where it becomes very, very interesting to look for the long. Boom, boom, big move. We got the big move here. So now it's all about detecting the 4-5, right? Obviously, this is a much higher time frame move than this one, right? This did take a couple of months to develop. This has been just a few days or a week or so. But you're interested in detecting the last push down in the 4-5 to then, you know, my swing long was based on this. And on the 5th wave, you are wanting to detect the 5th wave down, 5-wave down into the monthly naked point of control. This swing long was purely based on longing the 5th wave at a level of confluence. And this is the trade that made the most profits for me throughout July and August. So, you know, I'm having that similar point of view here for this swing short. You know, now it's all about detecting the 4-5 because we've got the big move to the downside. And this is the swing long, right? Finally, after 7 weeks, you know, great profits here based on that long. And that was shared in the community, right? And obviously, I'm not doing community, but I will jump in if Devil doesn't detect a few things and talks about the trading setup. Because, you know, obviously, if I'm going to trade, I want to share this journal. I want to share the journey. If I'm getting into another swing short, which was shared in the community, I want to share it naturally, of course, in the community, even though it's Devil's Day in the community. I will jump in and say, guys, I'm entering the swing short because everything aligns. Okay, so if you want that extra information, if we're not on YouTube, you will get it in the trading community. This is a post from the trading community that the first week of July. No, the last week of entering into July. This was getting ready for the community to take, well, that I was going to take this trade, right? Regardless if you want to join or not. That's obviously up to you. So if you're interested in that, you got the community, guys. We go slowly. We look for the scenarios. We look for the highest probability movements, how to execute trades, how to manage risk, most importantly, right? And if you are interested in that, just send me the word access to the Telegram. To get access, not only to the trading community, tutorials, education, setups that myself and Devil are looking, you do get also the mind pillar, all of the different tools, indicators that we like to use to help us, CVD divergence, order flow as well here. You get it just by signing up and doing a minimum deposit, okay, into one of the exchanges, Bluffin, 2bit, right? You got the affiliate links. It's important to use the affiliate links. That's the only thing that we ask for you to join, okay? If you want more info to get the access, You got the Telegram down below, first link. So I'm going to go through this right now and explain a little bit of the map of the situation, what I'm looking for. If we do not form the extended, let me just put this on a folder. So we have everything organized here in the object tree. And I'll go through this right away, and I'll do a quick comment section, but I'm just going to go quickly to the loo, guys. Okay, so I'm just going to put here, just in case. It's going to be 2 minutes. Give me a toilet break, guys. Back in 2 minutes, okay? Okay. Vamos. Thank you for that, guys. Right. Let's do a bit of comment section, and let's talk about still the 1 hour time frame, and then we'll jump on the 15-minute, 5-minute to see if we do find some intraday little scalps. I have to say that I would possibly wouldn't have entered into this long anyway, regardless, because taking out that higher, I would have preferred, because this is a fair value gap, right? That's a fair value gap right there. And ideally you do get down to the last wick, which would have been a great SFP. I mean, these do get a bounce a lot of the times, and if you front run it, then it's not an SFP basically. So I have to be honest here, I wouldn't have longed this. I would have potentially attempted a long if I'm in front of the chart, if we would have got into that wick higher low right there, but we didn't. So it's a missed long attempt for me. So we'll dive in now on the 15-minute, 5-minute time frame, but let's cover the higher time frame, because this is where I can find the swings, right? I mean, all these little scalps, you need to be very, very good at scalping, and have a very, very clear level, which for me we don't have at the moment. Order flow, we'll check order flow later on the 5-minute, and then CVD divergence. But let's just cover the other scenario. So it's either this scenario that we look to finish the wave 3 here somewhere at some stage and then get the pullback, or either this one over here. So I am looking at the price to not shoot up as extended as we did yesterday. It could, but this is why we're still cautious on a short here as a swing. Still a little bit cautious, because I need a bit of more information. We haven't had a solid wave 4 still, regardless if it's going to be this one for the extended wave 5. we would be missing a wave 4 here and a wave 5, because remember, we're looking for that wave 5 extension, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the bigger pullback. Still needs that wave 4 and 5. And for this scenario, you're looking for a little bit of a longer wave 4, and let me just explain here. And this is getting ready for the big swing short, right? It's getting ready for the big swing short. Imagine, I'm not short. I'm getting ready to try and identify. There's the other scenario where let's just get all of this Elliott wave scenario out of the way, and there's always the option. These were very difficult, right? You form so steep higher lows, which, if you're long anywhere in this zone, market is going to stop you out and leave without you, right? I managed to long in this pivot right over there, but if you don't catch the low, in this case on the wave 5 of the larger wave 5, right, you'd need to join later, right? You need to try and join here or here for either the 3-wave structure or either the 1, 2, 3. You need to join later. And despite all of the Elliott wave scenarios that we're looking at from this move, if I don't catch the high at these specific resistance levels with that SFB, right, range point of control and SFB, and we've got the order block naturally here, 2-day order block. If I don't catch the high, which is a very, very skillful thing to do, I've missed many highs and lows, guys. It's just, it is what it is. But I don't get wrecked. That's the thing. So if I miss the high, right, going back to, I need to identify on the 15-minute time frame some kind of a impulsive move down where I can have a 5-wave down, be it a diagonal, be it a regular impulse with a wave 3, and get the bounce and short the bounce after the impulse. It's the only way, if you can't catch the high for the short, that you need a motive wave down. Motive wave down can be regular impulse, it can be a diagonal. That was a bit bad of a diagonal. Has to be a diagonal right there. It has to be an extended wave 5 potential, but something that proves that we are starting to move down aggressively. Because before you get this insane rally that we have got in the last 24 hours, you're going to have a first move up, regardless if it's a zigzag up and you form a double zigzag, or if it's a 1, 2, 3, right? If you don't catch the low, you want to catch a higher low, and this is on the higher time frame. We're talking lower time frame here. So it's going to be very, very important, because I don't want to miss the swing short. I don't want to miss it. And if I miss the first leg down of a couple of $1,000, I know that it's going to be my chance on the correction. Really detect that correction to join that short in a wave B or a wave 2. So we need this. We need something like this. I'm not going to talk about an expanding move, because expanding is rare. It's just not something that we look for as a motive wave. And expanding wave 1 is also quite rare. But at least a 5-wave move down. Something that we can detect. Not this. This is not bearish. This is not bearish. This is 1, 2, 3 up. 1, 2, 3 up. All of this overlap, it's lightly corrective, little bull flags, little overlapping structure. So if we, dance around here and we create this overlapping structure, I know it's likely going to be a wave 4. We could create one more high. So, and then the next, as explained, the next high will be interesting for the short, based on the scenarios that I'm going to explain now. So you need something that is breaking local market structure with a little bit of with a bit of steam, right, in a 5-wave looking move. And you have a few types of 5 waves. You have the regular 3rd wave impulse. You have the 5th wave extension, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a leading contracting diagonal. So you need that 5-wave move down, and the bounce is going to be the ticket that I'm looking for to join, right, the move down. That's if I don't get into the high, which is obviously going to be very, very difficult. Well, based on the scenarios that I'm explaining here, I have mainly two options to detect the high into the resistance zone, right? Which is the SFP zone and the range point of control from here. Number 1 is the one that I've explained throughout the stream, extended wave 5. We still need one more 4-5 inside of this 5th wave extension. And then there's this one right over here, which would require a longer 4th wave. This wave 4, because this would be a regular impulse where you have a 1, 2, and you have another 1 and 2, naturally this second 1 and 2 is part of the 3rd wave, right? All of this is a 3rd wave with a 5-wave move up. So that's the 3rd wave right there. And because your wave 2 was relatively long in time, I need to get Fibonacci time right there and measure the wave 2, and preferably whenever the wave 3 finishes here, whenever it wants to finish, I want to see a corrective move finish after the 0.382 Fibonacci at least, preferably even the 1-to-1, like similar in size. So this could take 2-3 days easily coming into the weekend. Now tomorrow is Friday. If we don't get volatility tomorrow Friday, it would be perfect for Saturday and Sunday to form that wave 4, as there's usually low volatility in the weekend, and it would be preferred to see a longer corrective structure here based on this scenario, because you've got a lengthy wave 2 here. We haven't had a lengthy wave 4 yet. This is pretty ferocious. So yeah, if this is the wave 3, we want a bit of a lengthy wave 4, and that would be coming into the weekend very likely, and we know that weekends are low volatility, so it would be perfect for that Monday last pump, right before the larger pullback. So that's something that it would be very, very interesting to form this correction throughout the weekend, and then get the last push up on that wave 5 to come into 74k region, and then that is the one that I would be looking for the short, right? So let's just imagine whatever, this could be any type of correction. It could be a triangle, it could be a double zigzag. We'll be paying attention to what type of correction is, but the main opportunity would be at the resistance points preferably, and detect that 5-wave move up here, and it will be spotted if the information is given correctly. It will be spotted. I know exactly the timing and how the price needs to move. We're coming into the weekend, perfect for a wave 4. I know how to align the planets, regardless if it doesn't, if it does or doesn't play out as we do the drawings. But I know this is how it could move. This is how it could move. So if it does move as so into the weekend, very rangy, corrective, overlapping structure, triangle or WXY, whatever, it doesn't matter. We'll figure that out later once we are correcting. And then the last push is going to be the one that could be an awesome swing short. Looking for the swing shorts here is still a little bit soon. It's creating another high. It's creating there's still no wave 4s and visually here. Okay, so it's still going to require a couple of days potentially to finish the solid impulse from the lows of last Friday. will it be this one? Will this be the swing short attempt to get a big move down with the potential of a swing reversing completely the push to the upside? I do think there is very good potential, especially with now, US government looking to buy Bitcoin and crypto. Holy smokes, this is a full recipe for a bull trap, guys. I'm not buying it. Just after the pump, a coincidence. Oh, now the US government is looking to buy Bitcoin and rest of it to hype up more people and get them wrecked, because they're not interested in putting money in your pocket, I can tell you that. So yeah, after a pump, are you seriously we're gonna see news of US government buying Bitcoin and all of that BS? Yeah, screw that. I'm looking for a short to go down back to the ground. So screw that, guys. Not buying that. Not buying that BS. And that's my personal opinion, of course, right? Could we enter a bull run and go to all-time high in the coming months? Then then yes. I mean, this is why it's important to have some spot Bitcoin, but I'm not buying this whole thing, this whole US government buying Bitcoin thing after a pump as so of $4,000 or $5,000. No way. No way. That's gonna get people that do not have experience to FOMO and to take wrong decisions when the market's pumped. Unexperienced traders. We are not unexperienced traders. We know what the heck is going on, or very likely, what will very likely happen. So yeah, interesting scenario. Get a bit of choppiness through the weekend. Finish a nice completed impulsive move is obviously an option. There's a little red flag here. This second wave one is very extended from this first wave one. It's not great, but a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here would make sense to finish the wave 3 and now get that long pullback for this wave 4, and then this push is going to be the decision zone preferably at this level of resistance, which is that range point of control. I mean, this would be the ideal spot, either an SFP or either a tap on the point of control. And unexperienced traders are going to be like, when short now, should I add to the short? What should I do? I'm not in a short now. Just need to be relaxed when we are trading. This is not an easy game, and we don't know how we're going to get up to this zone. Is it going to be this scenario? Will it be this scenario? Potentially, yes. It needs an overlapping correction and one more high. Great resistance at 73.7 to 74.2 for that SFP of that little order block right there on the 2-day chart. And the other scenario is going to be this one right over here, as explained throughout the stream as well, right? Do we have an extended wave 5 with an extended wave 1? And I'm happy with wave 1 extensions, which are rare. When it's a liquidity, short squeeze, it's fine. We need to adapt. Even though wave 1 being an extension, when we consider Elliott wave theory and the probabilities, it is very rare to see a wave 1 extension. But when it's a liquidity event, we need to adapt to the conditions of the market. So I understand, why not have an extended wave 5 where your wave 1 is an extension? Absolutely. In a liquidity event, absolutely possible. So yeah, that's do we get a little pullback between today and tomorrow? I mean, this would not, maybe, obviously between Friday and Saturday we could get that pump, and then on Sunday we form the multiple 1-2s, and then it gets the big wave 3 down for Monday, right? Black Monday, as they would say. Maybe we'll be paying attention in the coming days, because it is becoming a very interesting zone to start expecting the exhaustion, right? The slowing down, decreasing volume. You're starting to come to the first major resistance zone after the fair value gap. This is the moment that it starts becoming interesting for shorts. It's all fine looking for shorts here with good risk management, but when you break the fair value gap, stay away till you get to the next resistance. understanding that, the open interest here on the footprint chart is going through the roof with positive delta. I was already saying, guys, this is a strong move. We want to be very, very careful with any shorts here because this is looking powerful. And a few hours later, then obviously we get the massive move up. Just to make people aware if they're looking for shorts. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think we're coming into a very, very exciting moment here. Understanding that we are looking for very likely, okay, and this is why I'm not in a short yet, because what if price just continues pumping here? Then I would have to say, well, yeah, not in the short anyway, so we can pump as much as we want. I need to see the wave 4 and 5. I need to see either the smaller wave 4 and 5 or the longer wave 4 and 5. As long as we don't have that, I'm not interested in that swing. And the swing short, well, day trade to swing short, it might take just a few days. It's at least wherever the high is created from the low of the impulse that we are looking to detect is at least getting down to the 382 Fibonacci, which, it's a good move down. It's a move of, $3,000-$4,000. It's a good move down. And I'm interested in that, in those relatively bigger moves rather than the few $100 moves. And that's what I'm trying to get in. Best case scenario is that this is finished in a three-wave structure and we start collapsing down in the coming weeks very aggressively. That would be the best scenario, obviously, if I get into a good short. Worst case scenario is that we correct down and we form very overlapping rangy structure for the next couple of weeks and we end up taking the high. But regardless, the short will be interesting to get into, because getting down to the 382 Fibonacci would be a minimum target, wave 4 territory basically, after an impulse. Regardless if we correct later or not, well, we'll have to see, right? And it's the same theory from the long that was taken in the trading community the first week of July. It's the same theory, but on a lower time frame, of course. It's a lower time frame. Patient 4-5 is needed. Better resistance zone. We just filled the gap. It's starting to look interesting. Still want to be a little bit patient here, but the trade will be executed. But it's the same theory as the trade setup from the first week of July. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had a monthly naked point of control right there to give us that support, and detecting the fifth wave, off the fifth wave, to get into that long trade setup to take out the highs, which is the 382 Fibonacci. And this is a minimum target. That's a minimum target. We can go to 50% and we're already hitting golden pocket on the logarithmic. So the trade setup that was given in the trading community in July was to get at least to 67.2, which is the 382 Fibonacci, right, which was hit finally yesterday after 7 weeks. So yeah, this for us, this is possible for a swing short. I do not know, guys. I know how to execute the trade, and I know how going back down to sub 58k is possible. If I get stopped out, I will be defensive. If the move down looks corrective, I will look to collect profits and look for longs. I can't deny, if a move down looks corrective into support, to look for longs as well. But what looks juicier right now as a swing is a short. This was looking good for a swing long. That's history. Now it's swing shorts are looking incredibly interesting here, regardless of a correction and then back up, or bear market resumes. So yeah, we want to be. It's the moment right now to get into the trade for autumn, right, for fall. Summer trades have been good, mainly the swing long. Now what swing can be the one that pays in autumn? So yeah, looking very interesting. We'll be updating the community, of course, as the price action develops throughout today and tomorrow. Devil's doing tomorrow in the community, but I'm sure he's very much aware of the internal scenarios. And if Devil doesn't post what I see, obviously I will post if I do get into a swing short, guys. That's the main interest that I have at the moment. Anyway, so yeah, let's dive in a little bit to the 5-minute time frame and do a little bit of entertainment here, and take a look at the session volume profile, and take a look at the VWAP, and look out for, oh, that would have been nice tap here at the VWAP. We front run the VWAP and the fair value gap higher low, so I mean that would have been a very nice long, but we front runned it. And these trades are so you tap it, boom, you enter, right, dooga. It didn't happen, so well, that would have been an interesting long to the highs. But we front runned the session VWAP and we front runned the higher low of the gap, so it wouldn't have been a trade that I would have got in anyway. So is it still relevant? I think it still could be relevant. Could have formed a bit of a diagonal right there. Yeah, not very much of a diagonal really. And a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very speculative double top here locally. So that's what you want to see. You want to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That could have been a possible execution short right there, double top. Because after a corrective move, ideally you try and short the fifth wave, right? Because speculating on an ABC flat is just and then back up is, yeah, preferably you do try and get in on the fifth wave, which is looking for that double top. Yeah, it would have been an acceptable entry right there. We were very close and targeting for a bigger pullback here because we have the 5-wave move up, and you want to finish taking out a high after a correction in a 5-wave, and you're always looking for that 5th wave to enter the short. So yeah, potentially Devil did get into this short inside of the trading community. I know somebody was screaming here in the comment section, Devil rejoin the short, but that's why you want to be in the community as well. You know, I couldn't be busy here on YouTube trying to figure out the swing short, the higher time frame analysis, just so we are ready for the next couple of days for the bigger trade. And then inside of the trading community, you have Devil taking the action on the lower time frame, which he is. I can already see. I could already see Devil on the lower time frame scalping inside of the community, which is nice to see. Absolute legend with the scalps. Shout out to Devil. If you want that action, of course, you know, we haven't been focusing on the lower time frame. I'm going to explain a little bit of a long setup that would be interesting. Yeah, kind of missed, you know, for me, if I'm looking for that entry on the scalp, it would have been that local double top, just because we have a 5-wave move up here. That would have been the speculation on getting into the short right there. If we do get down, I kind of like the I mean, yeah, these are These are always very, very interesting levels for a long setup when we consider a scalp strategy. Session volume profile not giving us anything really. But yeah, the fair value gap and that wick low that was created a few hours ago could be an interesting one. You got these the VWAP, the session VWAP, and this would be a potential entry long if it does manage to reclaim it. You know, if that level's lost, I wouldn't be interested in trying to long, because this is a dangerous area. You can fill the entire gap, right? That's where you need to manage risk. You need a reaction at the fair value gap high with the session VWAP, which should get that reclaim, right? That reaction. And yeah, if you take out the high again, this could be a double zigzag. Zigzag up, correction, and another zigzag. And still form the flat. So you come down in an impulse, and then you get the reaction at the anchored VWAP. This would be a long setup that I would be interested for a scalp long. Session VWAP with the fair value gap high, SFP of the lows. I would give the flat attempt if we were to take out the local highs again. I would attempt a local double top just out of speculation of forming a flat. Yeah, I mean, there's still lots of room. Yeah, we just hit the flat target zone, which is the 11236. So if we were to take out the high again, I would speculate on a local double top. So yeah, really best thing in a zone, understanding the flat potential. Boom, you know, VWAP with the fair value gap, and then the recovery, of course. We're still uptrending, so, and if not, a local double top could be a great attempt. They're very, very good to manage risk at this point, and we are slowing down in volume. Volume is slowing down, price action is slowing down, so it does make sense to look for that pullback. But even though longs are still interesting, right? Why not long the higher lows? So yeah, if we do get down, there is support. If that support is broken, just be aware that these gaps can be filled. So you don't want to long, you know, it's one level. If it's lost, then we need to go to this range, which naturally is going to provide some kind of support. Range point of control. I wouldn't be interested in a long in this area because you got the gap, right? So it's either long from here on the reaction with the stop beneath the reaction to claim the highs again, and if that level is lost, then obviously would be looking for the support at the range point of control. If that is lost, then yeah, not interested. It all depends on how we get down here to this range point of control, but you know, preferably as we are looking for the wave 4 here, do we get a push down reaction and another push down for an ABC, right? That would be ideal. Just get a bounce where you need to get a bounce, and maybe if it forms a lower high, that doesn't matter. You're already protecting position, covering your loss just in case it doesn't come and get the highs. And if it does come down, then your next major level for that ABC between today and tomorrow would be that little mini range point of control reaction. If it is lost, then your next major level, let's get a few levels here for good risk management and a possible bounce very locally here for the next coming hours between today and tomorrow, would be that fair value gap high from yesterday, right? That would be a very interesting one. That would be the next level that I would be interested in. So fair value gap right there, also fair value gap. And point of control basically of the range. Those would be the only levels of a reaction. Nothing of adding to position or any of that nonsense, guys. We know that you can get wrecked because of that. But yeah, this would be the major zones for that bounce to happen, in my opinion. Best as a reactive move. So it's always nice to get a wick beneath the level and a reclaim for a stop loss. It's always better. But yeah, these would be the three main levels, and in between, you know, it's problem is when you're long here, for example, and you don't have a stop loss, right? You have a liquidation price down at wherever, right? And you long, and the price goes against you, and then you're trapped underwater, right? And you're losing 4 or 5 times more than you should have lost, right? And then it becomes a problem. This is where it becomes a problem if you think that market is going to get a bounce regardless and you're adding to position, because then you get a huge collapse and then you're like, wow, I was not expecting that, right? Trade safe, always understand the levels that need to hold, and if they don't, just realize that a significant move, right, gap that can be filled, and obviously point of control of this block needs to hold, that can get the bounce, and the fair value gap here, yeah, if this doesn't hold, then yeah, we're gonna probably retrace the entire move up from yesterday. So yeah, these are the three main levels that I would be interested in a bounce, just to get something here for you guys, if you're not in the trading community, of course. These are entries. Obviously you want to take profit at the next levels of resistance. A point of control, if it's not acting as support, it's going to likely act as resistance, so you need to understand your profit zones, your first TP zones, regardless if you do get a punch back up later. But understand your first TPs, which will be resistance. And yeah, very locally, what I would speculate on is a local double top. Devil is an absolute master on the 5 minute. He's like, you know, entering a short, covering stop loss and fees, and very aggressively. Obviously you need to be in front of the chart for that and have the alerts. But yeah, maybe on the stream I'm going to be another easy 30 minute, even an hour, guys, and let's see if we do get into one of these levels, and we can potentially get into a little scalp. Interesting point of control here on this range. Yeah, well, maybe, and only maybe, if we do get the anchored VWAP, the VWAP coming in, I don't think it's going to climb that much, but overall point of control with the VWAP, because this is a 5 waver, you know, if you do correct down, boom, double zigzag, whatever, could be a VWAP and a point of control entry. We'll see. And if not, I think the only thing here is to get into a local double top. If that is broken, problem is here, you know, we don't have a major level of resistance. In 1 hour order block, 2 hour order block basically. Let's say that we can put that 2 hour order block. There's a little 2 hour order block in the valley area low of this range. Let's see if it would be it's just trying to make sense if there is enough resistance for a local double top. Obviously we need to stretch that order block here. Yeah, we already hit that order block, getting that little reaction. Value area low and a two hour mini order block, but with the value area low here. So there's been lots of lows. This has been a proven support level, which is naturally starting to get some reaction here on the lower time frame. So yeah, maybe a short execution on another high. We've got a value area low of the mini range. Yeah, I would be happy to attempt a double top. Value area low of the mini range and the 2 hour order block, which has already got a little rejection of a few $100s. But yeah, we're starting to get into some resistance here, without a doubt, right? We've filled all the gap, right? So, you know, this is starting to be resistance zone. There's two options here. You either break it and get to the next level of resistance, which is the point of control at 73.6, or you actually reject from this zone, value area low. You got some lows, support, resistance, flip, 2 hour order block. It's a little bit of confluence, not something massive, but valid enough to speculate on a pullback down. Right, let's do a bit of comment section, guys. Devil in the short attempt inside of the trading community. We've been focusing mainly on the higher time frame, try to come to the conclusion to what do we have next with this pump, right? We need to understand the levels, Elliott wave theory with what we got here, this movement up, to try and understand the swing short opportunity and what I'm looking for in the next coming days. And Devil was busy with scalping scenarios inside of the trading community. So if you don't want to miss that, obviously you have the trading community guys down below. Okay, you have the community down below, which is the first link. Super easy to get in, guys. It cannot be easier nowadays to get into an awesome trading community, very active community, looking for daily setups, analysis, projections, right? And myself and Devil are very, very busy there. I'm trying to educate and look for the best for you guys. Okay, you also get access to mindpillar.com order flow. You have CBD divergence, and there's more tools getting developed here to take advantage for our own trading. Yesterday was an alert sign based on the order flow to be cautious that this is a powerful move to the upside. Order flow is very important. We try and teach people how to read order flow in our advantage. We actually have a little tutorial section here as well in the knowledge channel, okay, inside of the community. And I knew that this move could be very powerful yesterday when we were trading just at 65k. This is a powerful move, guys, with open interest going up and positive delta. You don't want to play around with shorts when that happens. You don't want to play with your risk management. So yeah, you know where to find us, guys. It's super simple to join. It's the first link in the description in the Telegram. Send me the word access and we'll jump you into the trading community and all of these tools that you can get as well. Just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, guys, is how you can get access to the trading community and mindpillar.com. Okay, signing up, minimum deposit for your own trading, of course, right? We don't ask more than that. Right, comment section time. Let me just set some alerts here on my other screen at the highs, just in case I get distracted, and we could get into a little scalp. Either I will consider this point of control of this range. We'll consider it. I kind of like a sweep of the lows. But yeah, there's a few scenarios, a few levels that can get a bounce. And I will, for the short, I would only, this is very choppy looking corrective. You just smack the high again. I would rather prefer to get into a double top locally here. I'm going to say a double top would be valid. If it's broken, then no short. Volume is decreasing. We are coming into some resistance. The price is struggling here slowly, right? And this is the classic boom, boom, boom. It looks like, you know, you're getting exhausted, and then you finally get the leg down. So very patient. If those highs are broken, I'll be looking at the next level, which is this one for the reaction. Okay, so there's no trade to be taken in between. There's no in-betweeners. There's level to level. There's level to level trading, and the reaction is needed, because the reaction high is the stop loss. It's not a limit order and then I go and play football and have a beer. It's a reactionary trade. So if it's broken, no trade setup. Bathmadia, much love to you. Here still on the stream, Golden Pocket. Much love. It's been 7 months of news free life for me. It's been 7 months of news free life for me. I don't pay attention to the news anymore at all. Yeah, exactly. Just like we got the reserve. Sorry. Old Donny used to make unexpected announcement to pump the market and pump it the day after, but nobody cares anymore what the madman says. Perhaps now they have got Besant to the job. I mean, yeah, news just used to make me doubt myself, also paying no attention whatsoever. Yeah, true. I am only aware of the news events here at mindpillar.com. No, this is just the economic calendar. I'm only aware if I'm in a trade and the price action is very close to my trade, to just be very defensive on that trade if there is a news event, because I know there can be volatility and the price just might go straight away against me. I try not to be in a trade at the same price when there's a news coming out. That's when I take news into consideration. The liquidation on the 30-day is insane. Well, yeah, the shorts have been liquidated. A large portion of shorts have been liquidated. So, naturally, there's going to be now a lot of people, you know, speculating on the bear market low to be in. US government buying Bitcoin and crypto and all of the good stuff. And naturally, there's going to be a bit of hype and people longing like crazy. So never a good zone to long, in my opinion, where we are at the moment. Into heavy resistance and looking for swing shorts is much better. Much better. So yeah. Sound is gone. Sound is perfect. Yeah, let me know. Is the sound gone? Yeah, let me know in the comment section if the sound is okay, guys. Some nice music makes me want to go back to Ibiza, says Johnny. Do you think BTC bottom is in or not? I do not think so. There's a great video that I posted just 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I posted this video, which you want to see. On the 18th of August, before getting the move up. Not that I predicted the move up, I just said it was higher probability to get above 67.2k and beyond. If you want to listen, I literally in this video explain why I do not think that the bear market the bear market low is in. And that's basically on this video. Based on the price action that we have between July and August, the price of Bitcoin has a higher probability of taking out plus 67K and beyond before getting down below $58,000. So take out beyond 67.2K, but still believing that we do get down. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is just one leg to the upside. I explained a little bit on the higher time frame at the beginning of the stream how this move to the upside still from July is higher probability a corrective move for the moment. I mean, for the moment we have the push up, the sideways range, and another push up. So for the bulls to prove themselves that this is the low, you know, we have some very, very low probability scenarios here that, I mean, it could still prove me wrong naturally, but this is not enough information to say that the bear market low is in here, because I explain it throughout that video. I explain it also at the beginning of the stream that, for the moment, we got a 3-wave move to the upside. A diagonal here is still possible, even though the wave force has to be quite shallow. And this movement to the upside is just a higher probability 3-wave move. So having a double zigzag, that's the correction for your wave X. I mean, I have it here. Well, not on this chart, sorry. But 3-wave up in W, correction in wave X, and the 3-wave move up in wave Y, which is, you know, it's completely natural to have a wave C or a wave Y being, you know, extremely extended and getting that, holy smokes, right? You know, bear market low is in. Is there a chance for the bear market low to be in? And then, yeah, obviously there is, even though probabilities are not great. I explained that well, if you want, I can go through that now, guys. I've got some alerts here anyway, regardless, on the chart, to see if we do get one of the levels hit for an intraday scalp. Getting a little move up here. Let's see if we do take out the highs. This would be my favorite scenario. Invalidation, form a lower high. This does look more impulsive. For the moment, what we want to see here is this to be a ABC, right? WXY, it's a 3-wave correction. Golden pocket, first levels of resistance at the moment. It's starting to look, you know, we're starting to come into some resistance, no doubt. So yeah, this is one that I favor at the moment till proven otherwise. Remember, I am swing long. My long position is the only one that I have. I have a swing long position, and it's the only active position that I have. I'm in no short, no other local longs or shorts at the moment. We could probably get one on the stream now as a little scalp, but this would be still one scenario that looks very interesting. The bullish case scenario is, yes, this does look like an impulse, and obviously you can finish your C wave in an impulse. So you would have a zigzag down ABC, correction in X, and another zigzag down. The problem is with this is that your wave Y is almost 4 times longer, if I'm not mistaken here, than your wave W. And that is not great to see such a long wave Y compared to your wave W. But if we talk about chances, yeah, there is a chance. There is a chance of the bear market low to be in, but I don't believe so it is. Based on the probabilities, right? Based on Fibonacci, timing, Elliott wave, it doesn't make sense for this to be the low, but it can. There's no this is a very, very valid count to be a double zigzag, zigzag correction, zigzag. The problem is this Y zigzag is pretty lengthy. And then we have the flat scenario that does take out potentially a tier 2K high, which we would need to form some kind of an impulse here, which we would be finishing or coming, close to the end of wave 3, form a wave 4 and then a wave 5 that has the chance to take out the high. But the main reason I don't like this is because this move down looks better as an impulse. Finding a correction in this move. This is very, very classic impulse style of price action, where you get your wave 1, right, your little corrections, the big move down, the bounce, and your wave 4, and one more low. It's very, very impulsive looking. So, and inside of an ABC flat, you need a wave as a 3-wave structure. That's okay here, but it's not that okay here. So I don't think that an ABC flat is what's happening here. If you ask me my favorite one, it would be this one. Classic ABC that is forming in this bear market. We're just getting a very punchy move up here. But that is your confirmation of structure change. This is lower highs, lower high, lower high. Do we form a lower high here? I believe so. If I were to go with the numbers and the probabilities, it does make sense for that on the higher time frame. But we focus a lot on the lower time frame because the lower time frame is what gives us the local direction, right? The local direction is where we have our entries for our trades, and then we ride certain trades, and some get stopped out at break even, some get stopped out, but we look to ride local momentum. And for the moment, it is to the upside, right? And for the swing short, this is going to be a short scalp speculation. Let's see if we do get a reaction at the highs here, just one more wick and get a bit of more of a pullback. If it's broken, this is a no trade zone for me. So let's see if we do get that short trade as a scalp entry. I'm gonna get ready here on the exchange because I would be willing to get into that execution. This would be a scalp short, okay, not the swing. I've explained what I need to see for the swing, and that's where I mainly make my gains, is on the swing trades. And for the moment, I need to see a few things, which has been explained on today's stream, okay? Around about hour 2 or hour 3, I explain the different movements that I need to see here to consider that swing short, and that's having one more larger wave 4 into the weekend and a wave 5, or either look for another local little wave 4 and a wave 5 into the weekend, like double topping and hitting these major levels of resistance, such as the range point of control or the SFP level, which is, I've lost it now, there it is. And this is a zone where I would really consider the swing short, really consider it, because that's the strongest resistance that we do have, which is this 2-hour order block highs, point of control, and SFP. This is a very classic SFP level. And even this one, right, when you have these aggressive move down, these lower highs before continuing, these are very classic SFP levels. So yeah, 74.2 and 73.7 is the zones that I'm interested in that execution. But first, a wave 4 and a wave 5. For this scenario, which is an extended wave 5 on its own from the lows of last Friday, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Incredibly extended wave 5, but very valid for a liquidation event. And inside of the wave 5, you have an extended wave 1, which is rare, but I'm happy to say it could be very rare is good as well. And especially in a liquidation event is where you have these extended wave 1s and extended wave 5s instead of the extended wave 3. So yeah, I would be happy to speculate on this scenario. Extended wave 4, wave 5, which needs still a 4 and a 5. Best at resistance, 73.7, 74.2. And if not, the other one, which is this one right over here, which instead of having an extended wave 5, this is a 1, 2, 1, 2. Problem here, little red flag, is that your second wave 1 is 1.6 times longer than your first wave 1, actually a little bit more than that. If we measure with the Fibonacci extension, the wave 1, yeah, over 2.618 times longer. Yeah, it's not very common. So it is an alternative scenario, this one, for me anyway. But this would require a longer wave 4 into the weekend. And probably Monday, the last push up. And then that's it, right? We go down. Do we correct down, or do we start the downtrend again? So yeah, those are basically it. Let's go to the 5 minute. We're not taking out the highs as of yet. Let's go through the comment section. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions or not? Hang on a minute. Why isn't this loading? Hi Andy, please make a video on order block trades, how to execute. Thank you, man. Much love. Ravi Teka. Yeah, order block trades. I think I'm gonna add a order block little tutorial in the Telegram. I mean, order blocks are not insane levels, I have to say. They're not really a specific, major level. I mean, this is a 2-hour order block where we just got the resistance, right? Just in the last hour. The only trade execution that I would see on an order block is if you can detect either an ABC, so basically the C wave, or a 5-wave move up. So for this scenario, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a kind of a diagonal basically. And if you can detect the 5th wave, which is coming into the order block, then that would be an okay execution, right? However, if you are forming multiple 1-2s, you're like moving here to the upside with little pumps and moves here to the upside, as so, and you're like still chopping the highs. then I would really not consider this a short, because obviously you get the wave 3 breakout, right, and then you just continue later with the 4-5. So it depends on how you get up or get down to the order block. But if you can detect that 5th wave or the 3rd wave, like a C wave, so say that you're speculating on a flat here, move down, ABC up, and if you can get, detect that 3rd wave for a C wave into the order block, then I would consider, yes, the short. But when you're grinding up here, like in multiple 1-2s into the level, I would not consider a short in the order block. So as you see here, for the short execution on that 2-hour order block, a 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th wave potential, right? Now, the reason that I would speculate on a double top here now, if we do take the highs and we do reject, entry, stop loss, give or take a bit of room, project, a potential correction here, be it shallow or be it large, we're gonna have to see. But we protect position, we take some profits to cover the loss, of course, as we do, is because this could very much be a double zigzag where you have a 3-wave up, correction in a flat, and another 3-wave to the upside. So this could still be an ABC formation, and it's just really trying to catch the high, basically, but with very good risk management. So it's a valid attempt, in my opinion, if you want to speculate on claiming the higher lows here for an ABC flat, because if you take out the highs, you have the potential of a local double zigzag. If it breaks out, I need to come to the conclusion that you're either forming multiple 1-2s, very aggressive 1-2s, but this is why your risk management here is important, right? There's a big gap here with not much support resistance. This would be a very, or either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a very, very shallow wave 2 here, and then you just pop out. Risk management here is the name of the game. So let's see if we do take out those highs. A little bit of a snipey short attempt could be done here on the stream. Right, getting tired, guys. Need a bit more coffee. XRP is crazy. What is XRP doing? Is XRP going through the roof? We had very, very wow, XRP is going absolutely bananas. Give us a minute, guys. XRP, wow. Wow. Well, I mean, when you zoom out, yeah, it is a pretty decent move. Oof, yeah. Last week you could see that really slow down here. Oh. XRP coming into that fair value gap, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy there. 3-day order block low. I mean, this is the importance. I mean, if XRP would have lost this, then it would have been pretty crazy. Let me go to another XRP chart. I'm paying attention to the Bitcoin price here, guys, for the scalp. Let's take a look at the history of XRP. Wow, I remember this. ABCDE explosion. Yeah, but it's interesting where XRP did bottom out here throughout August, right? Throughout the last couple of weeks, you had a fair value gap, as you can see right there. And you don't want to lose that order block low. You don't want to lose it, because this becomes a level where the price can nuke down, right? And where the price was slowing down was exactly at that ILO. And now it's just going bananas, right? You're just grinding here throughout the last couple of weeks in August, trying to hold that level, and now absolutely rocketing here. Interesting zone to get ready for a swing long here. Yeah, a lot of power here. Let's take a look at Bitcoin just coming into the highs. Let's see if we do get a little reaction here. Do we pop out, or do we get the rejection? Yeah, valid for a little SFP. Do we get the bigger pullback from here? Little double top at the value area low of this trading zone. Let's see if it does want to get a bit of a pullback. I'm not interested in having a trade in between this zone, guys. Because if you break that 2-hour order block and that value area low, it's not worth having no stop loss or adding to shorts or any of that. So manage risk accordingly on this. Let's see if it wants to get a bit of a stronger pullback. Momentum is quite bullish, I have to say. Let's take a look at order flow. Yeah, open interest is actually climbing up here, which is not ideal. Still looking, positive open interest with positive delta. It seems like that the bulls want to push through here. You want to see open interest go down as we go up. So it's not the best looking double top here locally based on order flow. So it does make sense to cut the loss here. That's what you don't want to see on order flow. When you're moving up to the highs, get open interest increasing with positive delta. That means that the move can break out, can get continuation up. So it's not ideal. Not ideal to see this. CVD obviously is not going to give us anything at the moment. Yeah, little tiny trade just to see if it does. Order flow is not favoring the rejection here, because on order flow we have 25 million longs just in the last 10 minutes. with open interest going up. So it's probably not going to be a rejection point. You don't want to see that positive delta with open interest going up here into the resistance. Whales could be getting ready for the breakout. Yeah, not double topping successfully here. These kind of movements, you want to reject them. Scary under $1 XRP, that is, right? Scary under $1. Look at that $1 round psychological number. I just noticed that we had the price of XRP finding support throughout August at exactly $1. Round psychological. XRP army didn't want XRP to go down below $1, which is interesting. So anyway, let's see if we do get a rejection here. I think it's not looking extremely great. The resistance is there. We do have the resistance. A little scalp short attempt. Tight stop losses. Yeah, I'm not too confident on this SFP. As soon as if we do get a little bit of a move down, yeah, not too confident really, to be honest, with this open interest. So let's see if we do get a little bit of a sell push down. The resistance is there. It's not massive. The only issue that I have here is the order flow at the moment. I mean, you got the order block. You got the value area low of this range. And if it pops to the upside, then I don't have much here. You're reclaiming the value area low of this area, so that means that you can push to the upside to the 74k region. Yeah. Two, three, A, B, C, D, E. Let me check another exchange here because of this move. Let me just quickly go to Coinbase. CDE. Yeah, there's no, the only thing, A, B, C, D, E, yeah, the only thing where we can have a 5-wave move up here to finish the 5th wave where we at is if this is a triangle, but it's not looking too great. So this would be a triangle as so. So the only way this could be a 5-wave move from here right now would be as so, because wave 4, you don't have a diagonal here. You have overlap with wave 4 price action from your wave 1, which is allowed as long as you finish your wave 4, not overlapping, which is not great, but it would be a valid option here. Multiple 1-2 is not great. There's movement here. Yeah, it's a relatively longer. So you can fit, and I mean, this is like lower time frame Elliott wave scenarios, which is, you need to take them with a grain of salt. But yeah, it would make sense for this to be an A, B, C, D, E right there in a triangle for wave 4. So there is that chance. And wave 4, an impulse is invalidated when wave 4 overlaps with wave 1, which you might think, well, it overlapped here, but you can have your wave B overlapping. Okay, so if you form a flat, if you form a flat basically, and your B wave, so you have A, B, and C are running flat, and then you push up, your B wave can overlap your wave 1. As long as the end of your wave 4 does not overlap your wave 1, it's a valid structure. So this is what could get confused quite a bit of people, where you see that I cannot find an impulse here because wave 4 overlaps your wave 1. So naturally here, it would be a running triangle, of course, right? Where your A wave from the triangle can overlap your wave 1, and you have an A, B, C, D, E for your wave 4, and now your wave 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, you start correcting down here, which would make sense, right? I think it's time to cover a bit of the fees here, if we can. And cover the stop loss and see if this does make a good runner to the downside. Skeptical about it based on the order flow. Open interest going down while the price is going down, so that's not great for the moment. Very classic for a correction. This is what happens when you read order flow and you have the pumps with open interest and positive delta, and you have the corrections with decreasing open interest. You're likely going to take out the high again. And if we do read CVD here, for example, let's take a look at what CVD is telling us. Well, we just took out the highs. Slightly new CVDs. Yeah, it's not favoring very much the movement down here. Nothing better than running a free trade. Nothing better than covering stop loss and covering the loss here if you did get into a short. I mean, it's very, very snipey trading, devil style, trying to detect the high before the pullback down, right? It's the only way when we're trying to spot the high. Be very, very defensive. So if you entered that, SFP double top, try and cover the stop loss, because if this turns out to bring a bigger correction, then obviously that's going to be the the good profit that happens. And the only way we can do this safely is get into the trade, cover the loss, get a bit of profit, even though it's a small amount. But it's interesting where we at with, no doubt. We are at the first resistance area after the fair value gap. So it's a zone where if you have your levels and your risk management and you know what you're doing, it's a good zone to start speculating, getting into a good trade. But yeah, with the order flow reading and CBD, it does look like that we could take out the high for the moment. I mean, this is 1 minute, 3 minute time frame thing, so positive delta still coming into the highs. Much love to everybody. Smash up the like button if you enjoy the content, the technical analysis, the education, the risk management, right? Smash up the like button, guys, if you do enjoy, and subscribe to the channel. And by the way, if you are not inside of the trading community already, make sure to shoot me the word access in the Telegram, guys. That's where we have the trading community, where we're updating if we're not on YouTube for intraday setups that might turn into a swing. We get ready, we educate on it, risk management, do analysis. You got order flow, CBD divergence, and the only thing that you need to do if you're interested in joining is sign up throughout one of the affiliate links down below. You got Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks, Kraken as well. And you do a minimum deposit in your own trading there, and you do get access to the trading community and mindpillar.com, which we are developing all of these different tools. Okay, that's if we're not on YouTube, of course. If we're on YouTube, then great, but if you're not, you get more action, of course, inside of the trading community. So yeah, let's see what happens here. A little bit of uptrending choppiness coming into the first resistance zone after the fair value gap, and do we start rejecting? It's starting to look good for bigger pullbacks, unless we break the level and we go to the next resistance. Just be very, very careful, because we could be still forming that larger wave 4. I mean, looking at the lower time frames, yeah, I would be surprised if we do get a very large pullback here, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, well, there's these two main scenarios that I'm looking at here. Get a larger correction wave 4, which can go very deep, of course. Your invalidation here is very, very low, so you could get a really, really steeper pullback for the wave 4. But that's golden pocket. Yeah, so this is one scenario that this wave 4 can be very, very long. We don't know when wave 3 is going to finish. This is why we need guidelines, we need levels. We're just hitting that value area low of this mid-range, and the 2-hour order block. It's just, yeah, if it wants to break it, then let it go. We're just extending still this wave 3. What can we say? But yeah, very much aware of a wave 4 throughout the next coming days, and then a wave 5, then it will be looking very interesting for the swings. And if not, depending on where wave 3 is going to finish here, what specific resistance, and then look for and then I'll be looking for either this one, where you form a little shallow corrective move between today and tomorrow, and then form the push up. Then this is still very good. However, this is a 5-wave move with a 5th wave extension, and the other one is a 5-wave move with a regular 3rd wave impulse, which is a 1 2 1 2 3, which you do have the 1 2 3 4 and 5 inside of that 3rd wave, which means from the lows of last week you got a 1 2, so you got, you still need your 4th wave, which would be a bit longer throughout even the weekend, and then get the last push up, right? People might get bearish here, thinking that we're topping out, and then you get the last push up, right? People are shorting late, as usual, right? And then you get the last push up, and then you get the bigger pullback. But still, regardless, the resistance zones are the resistance zones, and we are at resistance, and it's all good and fun to try and speculate on the high here, but for me it's valid because there is resistance, right? I would not take a short if I don't have some confluence, and we do have confluence, after the gap, right? We've filled this entire gap in the last 24 hours with the pump, and now we're coming into the first zone of confluence. What do we have? There's a 2-hour order block, there's a value area low, there's a support, right, resistance flip potential, and speculating here on little internal scalps with very, very good risk management, guys, is not a bad idea. At least for me anyway, it's not a bad idea to attempt a short trade to get a bigger pullback, maybe down to the 71k zone, and it would make sense for the higher time frame scenarios, right, which would be either this wave 4, which is going to take a bit of time, going to be a bit longer, and it still can get a decent pullback down, or this little one over here, which still gets down to the low 71k level, right? But still expecting a high, right? As you see, I'm not really attempting a swing here. This is a little scalp. I realize that I don't want to long into resistance naturally. I would long at supports. I've explained a few support levels, guys, as well, some possible internal setups, but I think this is not going to be the swing short yet. Still looking for a bit more upside. Maybe this wave 3 is not finished, but willing to try and catch the swing short safely and slowly, right? Got a few levels here that are interesting. We've got a few gaps, fair value gaps right there that can provide the support. Just remember, if we do get down there, it can be an interesting level, right? This is potentially going to get stopped. Let's see if it does or it doesn't. I've learned throughout the last year, because I know that many times if I enter a trade at a double top, the price, if I protect position, I know that many times it stops you out, right? It's slightly shy from taking out the highs, and then it rolls over. And what I've learned here is, why not cover your cover your stop loss, right, with a little move down of a few $100s, and then you're risking it's a free trade, and you know that there is that potential here of getting the larger pullback, which naturally will bring the better profits, of course, right? But yeah, I'm very much aware that this is not the big swing short. Not yet anyway. It could be in the next few days, because of how aggressive this has been. I'm very much aware still of forming a 4-5 or a larger wave 4 and a 5 based on the double 1-2. So I know it's unlikely going to be the swing short zone yet, but I'm very prepared I know what I'm looking for in the next coming days, and hopefully I can share that awesome swing short trade with the community, just like the swing long trade that was shared in July, basically the first week of July, when we were coming down at 58k, getting ready for the levels to take that epic swing long, which naturally, most of the profits have been taken, leaving a chunk just in case we do go to higher prices. And this was shared in the training community, and this is the kind of zone and the kind of area that I am going to be attempting a swing short maybe once, twice, maybe even 3 times till I get the right one. Obviously putting it from now on inside of the trading journal. I want to share all of the trades from now on. Obviously, to get this journal from the last year is mission impossible. But from now on, just share the thought process of getting into the trade, being defensive. If it is a loss, it's a loss. But overall, as you can see, the gains developing, and so people experience that. Okay, people experience the way on how myself or Devil trades, so you can get the idea on how it is possible to be successful and be consistent long term. You just need to have your feet grounded. And it's a shame because yesterday, there's always going to be some people getting hurt here on these kind of movements. It's inevitable, right? And we are here to talk, right? Whoever doesn't want to talk about it, there's no hiding, right? We've been there before. I've taken major losses with these bad decision trades where you add to position or you don't have a stop loss. And these kind of movements, get people wrecked regardless if you're long or short. And we got someone very open yesterday in the trading community saying, guys, I made a mistake, and I got wrecked. And we talk about it. What did you do wrong? This happened. I just didn't have a stop loss, and my liquidation was all the way up here, right? Believing that we were going to roll down, which is irresponsible trading. But anyway, hopefully, taking these hits, I learned by taking the hit back in 2019. A big hit, getting stopped out. I try and cover fees. I try and manage risk very, very well. If this stops out and breaks, doesn't matter, right? I'm not going to try another short. If it's breaking out, I'm not going to add to the position. It's just irresponsible trading. You don't want to do that. Because the market will catch you if you are in the wrong direction, right? If you have the wrong direction bias, the market will catch you. It will catch you. It catched me back in 2019, and I lost over just about $20,000, and I got wrecked. And you know what? I learned from that mistake. I never got wrecked since then. So, right. Bro, I told you buy XRP the other day. Did you buy? It's going brr. Yeah, I know. XRP is going absolutely ballistic, right? Nice over 25% pump here on XRP. We can't buy everything, right? We can't be in everything. I'm happy with my stock portfolio and my spot Bitcoin mainly. But yeah, it was a very, very interesting level where XRP got the bounce and the slowdown, right? It's a nice slowdown that you get here with the slightly lower lows. Nice slowdown into that fair value gap level. and it's the $1 round psychological number. And yeah, now XRP in the last couple of days getting that incredible 25% pump, 30% pump in the last 2-3 days. So not a bad buy there. Most alts are going crazy. I hope Chainlink is going crazy. Let's take a look at Chainlink, because I do have a significant chunk of Chainlink. Not doing bad. Yeah, nice support on Chainlink as well throughout July, which is coming down at this point of control, right, of this entire accumulation zone. I mean, look at that. That is absolutely perfect on Chainlink. Massive reaccumulation area and bouncing at exactly the point of control, which is awesome to see. Double bottom. Very nice to see. And this is also getting, I mean, not like XRP, but it's still, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've already got a lot of spot Chainlink, so I just didn't want to buy anything else really. But yeah, in the last few days, Chainlink getting a pretty nice rally as well. What is ADA doing? ADA getting a bit of a move. It is lagging behind ever so slightly, but it might pick up. Check Gala. What's Gala doing? Ooh, wow. Gala has really just gone down the toilet. It's coming at the first, when Gala was created, right? You got the classic move down on the launch, little bump up, and maybe a weekly order block, a little mini range here. That's basically where it got supported. Basically where it got supported, right there at this mini range. It's getting supported there anyway. Yeah, not too sure. I mean, this was a great pump as well, right? Still heavily downtrending. Still, I mean, I guess it's the same for XRP. XRP is looking a bit more punchy, to be honest. Well, we want to be careful, you know. I wouldn't hype up really with this pump, me personally, right? Because you would kind of bottom out here, big pump down. There's obviously a bull run that's going to be around the corner. And, you know, when we consider us taking out away from trading, a spot investing is not a bad idea when you've moved down, right? I don't know what XRP moved, but you know, 70%, you know, and you know that 70-80% is brutal already and it's not a bad idea to accumulate. If you want to buy low, right, as they say. So on the verge of getting stopped here from this risk-free trade. Little pullback, cover fees and stop loss. And this is what, you know, what if the price moves down from here? And this is what I experienced a lot lately. When you do know that a price can top out at a certain level, where you have a little bit of confluence, there is, you know, Elliott wave reasons to get a pullback from this area as well. 1, 2, 3, triangle 4, 5, to get a bit of bigger pullback. I have experienced many times throughout the last year when you're snipering a major level, that I have stop loss, I got the entry, and you literally move down, you try and cover the, you take a bit of profit, you protect position, and your protected position gets stopped. It doesn't take out the high in the end, and then it rolls down. And that's something that you develop with time. You realize why not cover the stop with the movement down and leave the stop in place. You're basically covered anyway. So might not be the case, but anyway, if it does move out, then the only zone that I would be interested, very difficult for longs here, best long in this zone would have been this level, which was front runned, hitting the VWAP. A VWAP tap would have been nice with that higher low, which was not hit. That would have been a great long execution, but we front run the level. So unless you're having a trend line breakout strategy, D-line strategy, as Devil likes to say, and you enter on the break, I don't usually trade like that, but everybody has their own risk management and their own style. So would you take a look at Dash? I got in at 3080. Dash. Oh yeah, this is the privacy coin. Okay, at $30.80, I would assume. $30.80. That was literally getting into the breakout, right? I assume if you did enter, round about this area, $30.80, you're getting into that breakout. Yeah, for the moment this is steaming up, right? It's just steaming up. We've got lots of hype right now. Crypto obviously getting that bounce after being obliterated, right? We need it's at some point is going to get these reliefs. Is this the relief that starts a major bull run? I personally don't think so. This is only my opinion, but this is a classic, a bit hyped pump before getting into Q4, end of summer rally, right? But you got a good entry if you got into $30.80. I would assume that you got into a little bit of a trend breakout here. Not bad to collect some profits when you are breaking the local range highs, because then boom, and then if you smack back down, for the moment, when we have these, you got a rally, correction, and a rally. Does this continue up, or does it smack back down after a three-wave move, right? When we do fast forward here into local price action, a low, a high, a low, and a high. Does this continue to get a 3 and a 4-5 and does maintain the local bullish momentum, or is it going to be another three-wave move to the upside, such as this one, right, for example, and smack back down? Very likely we're coming into some interesting resistance here on Dash. We've got a major big range, big point of control. at 34.7, I would really consider. And for the moment, I mean, we are getting inside of the value area low, breaking the highs. You know, it probably can continue up, but just be aware that big resistance comes at 34.7 here on Dash. So if you did long in this zone, yeah, it's good. What level should we looking at to short on BTC? Well, I'm already, you know, I've explained a little bit of the plan that I have. I'm already attempting a little intraday scalp short on the stream here on this local double top, where I'm doing it devil style, where it's, you know, try to catch the top before a larger pullback, protecting position, taking profits to cover the loss. But if this zone is broken, the next major levels to consider as a reaction short trade is the point of control of this mini range, and either the highs basically for an SFP. So if this level doesn't get the reaction, the next level is 74.2. So 73.7, 74.2. I've explained with Elliott wave theory how we could be forming a wave 4 at some point, and then a wave 5, and if not a larger wave 4 and then a wave 5, based on the 212s here, which these two levels are the most relevant ones. This is the first major resistance zone after the fair value gap being completely filled with yesterday's pump and part of today. Now we're coming into the first zone of resistance where, you know, we are looking for Bitcoin to top out. Manage risk, you know, we go through this every single day. If you attempt to catch the high, which is dangerous, forget about adding to positions and all of that, because we might just break out. Why not? The specific levels have to be treated as so. First attempt, perfect. If it doesn't roll over, you get stopped out here with protection. Okay. If it breaks out this zone, I wouldn't be interested until we reach the range point of control, literally. Okay. And that's going to be it. We'll be updating because I am interested in the swing shorts. However, I understand that it's probably not the time yet. Getting into little scalps, being very defensive is all good and fun, but I know that these are not the trades, or unlikely the trades. You know, if I'm lucky here and we collapse, then yeah, but I know that I think I'm still looking for a wave 4 and a wave 5, regardless if it's going to be a long wave 4 or if it's going to be a short wave 4, for the two scenarios that I've explained on Elliott wave theory here, which is the multiple 1-2 or the extended wave 5, which would still require a small little wave 4 because you have an extended wave 1 inside of the wave 5. So this would still require a pullback and one more high, which they both fit nicely at this 73.7, 74.2 K zone. And if that is broken, then well, higher we go. Well, those are the levels. Respect the levels, respect the plan. And that's how I like to do it. I will be updating, of course. Tomorrow's Devil's in the community, but if I do find out something that he hasn't posted based on the swing short that I want to take, I will be updating, of course. Guys, if you're interested, you know where to find us. It's the first link down below. Send me the word access to the Telegram if you want to know the next position, next swing long, getting ready, because the swing long attempt that was posted here the last week of June, first week of July execution, that's already come to fruition finally after 7 weeks, guys, of this swing long mentioned in the trading community. Holding tight throughout the summer, we finally ended up taking out plus 67.2k with a beautiful pump to take the rest of the profits. And now it's time to look for swing shorts. So I'll be getting the community ready throughout the next coming days. And if you are interested in that, first link down below, guys, you know where to find us. Thank you so much for joining today, and I will see you in the next one.